Okay, so let's build this real-time chat app that you see on the screen. As you can tell, we can get messages in real time with a notification sound. And as we type in, there is a satisfying keyboard sound that just makes this app extremely fun to use. But it can get a bit annoying after some time. That's why we have a preference tab at the top where users can mute the sound. We can switch the theme, and again we have a mouse click effect. And on the left hand side we see the conversations that we have. We can send text messages, images, and emojis. By building this application, you will learn how to structure your database for a private chat app. You will learn how to create smooth animations that has this bounce effect. And most importantly, you'll learn about Redis, which is going to be our database. And we will learn different data types that it supports. We will learn what are the well-known concepts such as namespaces and a lot more. You're going to see the entire process starting from an empty folder up until the deployment. And this chat app is extremely fast because it uses Redis that is provided by Upstash, which is sponsoring this course. I want to thank the Upstash team. Without their service and support, this video wouldn't be possible. They have a generous free plan that we will be using in this tutorial, and you can sign up with the link in the description. So without any further ado, if you're ready, let's get into it. Okay, so to get started with, I have created an empty folder on my desktop. I called it as Redis chat app, and then I just open it up in VS Code. So the very first thing I'd like to do is just initialize a Next.js application. So I'll just press Ctrl J to open up my terminal, right? And then I'll say npx create next app at latest, and I'll just put dot at the end so that it will initialize it under the current folder. So this is going to ask us a couple of different questions where we'd like to go with TypeScript and ESLint. So if you don't know what is ESLint, it is basically a linter that gives us some restrictions so that we could have a bit better code base. So if you have some variables that you don't use, then it says, hey, you should delete this because you're not using it, which will make our code base look a lot cleaner and just have some restrictions. So we'll go with this yes option, and we'd like to use Tailwind CSS. Now we can use this source directory or not. I'll be using it because I think it just organizes everything a lot better than without using, right? So I'll go with yes, but you can go with no as well. I would suggest to just use it yes in this case so that we could have the exact same code base in this video, right? So I'll say yes, and I would like to go with the app router, which is the recommended one. So it has server actions, server components, and that kind of thing. And we don't really want to customize the default import alias. And if you don't know what that is, I'll explain this later in the video when we use it. Now this is going to create all the files and folders that we need. And in the first section of this video, I would like to just focus on the UI design, where we built the auth page and then the chat components. And once we completed the UI design, we can implement things like sending messages, getting messages, and making them in real time. And then at the end, just deploy this application and call it a day. So first we'll start with the UI design. Speaking of which, we're going to be using a component library for this, which is chatcn. So it's going to give us millions of ready-made components, right? So we have all these that you can take a look. We'll be using a bunch of them later in the video. And nowadays this component library is just became the standard. Everyone is been using this, and I think it's super cool. I'm using this as well in my side projects and even in the tutorials as well. So just to give an example, building this calendar would take really long time to build by yourself, but what you can do is just say npx chatcn give me the calendar, and this is going to give you this component in your code base without you doing anything else, right? You're going to have this code. This is how we can use it, and this is the component that will be created in the code base. I know this doesn't make too much sense if you haven't used it before, but this will make a lot just in a second. First things first, we need to initialize this in our application. So I'll go under the docs and go into the installation, and here you can just read more about this. We have, so we'd like to go with Next.js, and we have already created a project. Now we'd like to just initialize this. I am using npm, I'll go with this, but if you're using any of those package managers, you can copy those. I'll go with this one, and let's say uh, like just initialize this. It's gonna ask us some questions. We would like to go with default, right? And so here we have a couple of different base colors. If you don't know what they are, you can go under the themes and you can just customize this. So we have zinc, slate, stone, gray, and neutral. So this is the slate color, this is the zinc, gray, neutral, stone. And I'd like to go with slate, and this is the default, by the way. If you select this New York, it just changes really tiny. It's not that a big difference. So we're gonna go with slate and default. So this is those colors that it asks you, right? I'll say slate and yes for this CSS variables. So this is gonna do the initial setup where it's gonna create this file. Here it says where our components are located in the utils folder, right? So it's gonna create the components folder, which doesn't have anything for now. Once we install components, it'll be put under this folder. Then we have the lib with a function that will allows us to just merge Tailwind classes together, right? We'll be using this later in the video. And I think this is the entire setup. Now we can just say npm run dev to start our development server at localhost 3000. Okay, I'll just control click to this. And the very first thing we will see is the homepage. And in Next.js 14, which is what we're using, the pages will be under the app folder. So here we have this page. By default, this is the homepage because it is located directly under the app. So this is the homepage content that you can see here. I'll go ahead and maybe delete everything. And I'll just say main and let's say home page. Let's save. This should update the UI. There we go. We have the home page. Now there are some issues with ESLint that I want to fix. Let's say I'll go here and I'll say it's my birthday. So here you can see it already warns us. It says you should escape this single quotes with one of these. So if I copy this and paste it, now I don't really have any errors, but this is really super annoying. I don't really want to just all the time put this whenever I want to use a single quote. There is another fix that we could do. Just wrap it with objects and I mean like curly braces and double quotes. This get rid of that as well, but again, I think it's really annoying. Instead, what we can do is just hover over this, see the ESLint rule, react/no unescaped entities. We can just turn this off. I'll go under the ESLint rc.json, which is our configuration file, and here I'll just say rules, which is an object, and we'll just say that rule, right? React/no unescaped, let's say unescaped entities, and I'll just turn this off. Now if we save this, we don't really get that warning, right? Here it doesn't tells us to just escape it with that, so this thing right here. And there is another issue that I want to fix. In Next.js, when you use this image component, the ESLint will tell you you should use the image component coming from next image. So this is fine. This is the optimized version of it. We'll be using this a lot in this video as well, but sometimes we'll be using this normal image element. So that's why we can just turn this off as well. That's why I'll go here and then just say at next/next/ I think it was no image element, and we'll just say turn that off. Now we don't really see that warning or error as well, right? So these were the two different ESLint issues that we had. Now we just really fixed it. And we can start with the Auth page. As I said, this is the home page because it is located directly under the app folder. If you want to have /auth page, right? Let's go say /auth, not callback, but let's just say /auth. Okay, now we have 404 because we don't really have that page. If you want to create it, then you would create a folder first called auth, and then a folder, a special file called page.tsx. Right? So always the folder name, then this page.tsx file. and let's create this. If you don't have this RAFCE snippet, it's probably because you don't have this extension. So ES7 React Redux snippets, right? Go ahead and install this. Then you can use this RAFCE just like me so that it could give you this auto imported code, which is a functional React component. Here I'll just say auth page. Let's save. And we should be able to see the auth page. Now what happens if you want to have a page called auth callback? Then you would nest it under the auth folder, right? So under the auth, you would create the callback route. Then that special file, because this is the page file itself, then I would say this is gonna be the auth callback page. Let's save. Now we should be able to see the content. So these were the basics of file routing in Next.js. I think now we can start with the auth page itself. So as I said, this will be UI design first in this first section. And let's take a look at the demo application. This is what we're gonna have in the auth page. So 50% of the screen, this left hand side, and 50% this right hand side, which is an image, then a logo with like two different paragraphs and then buttons. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with the auth page, and we will also add the light and dark mode as well, which is going to be coming from chat.cn. So let's go step by step. Now we'll be using a bunch of different components. So to give an example, we'll be using a button, right? Here is how you can use it. You would say npx chat.cn UI latest add button. Let's actually try this out. I'll go here, open up my terminal, maybe just duplicate this and paste it. So this is gonna create the button folder in our components folder, right? Under the UI, we have this button.tsx. And if you take a look at the code, it has different variants, sizes, and the default variants, right? And you can really customize it however you would like to. Let's say you would like to have an extra size called X large, and you can just put your styles and then just use it. Let's just try to use this button in the auth page. I'll go here, I'll say like a button, and make sure you import this from components UI button. And here, this is the default import alias. So in the beginning of the video, I said I'll be explaining this. So basically this says, once you put this at, it puts you under the source folder, right? Let me just shrink everything. Once you put at, now you're under the source folder. Then you go under the components, under the UI, and you get the button file. And we didn't really want to customize this default one because this is what we'd like to have just be under the source whenever we put this add symbol, right? Here I'll say test button. Let's save. Even though we have a typo, that's fine. Let's go here, and there we go. This is the button that we just got from chat.cn. Now we'll be using different components such as avatar, which is just a simple avatar component. We will have a dialog, right? So this is a dialog, and we'll have a bunch of different components as well. So well, let's just go ahead and install all of them at once, and as we use them, I'll explain all of them one by one. So here, maybe I'll just kill this and create new one so that we have a little bit wider space. So here I'll say npx chat.cn-ui add latest. Then we'll just say add. I would like to get the avatar component, dialog, and the popover component. Let's say resizable, and make sure you don't really have a typo here. Then we'd like to have the scroll dash area, then the skeleton component, text area, just like this, and then tooltip. So these are all the components that we'll be using, and then we also imported the button. So let's import all of them, and as we use them, I'll just explain each. So it says done. Looks like everything has been installed. Let's go ahead and take a look under the components, the UI. We have all the components that we'll be using in this video. And as I said, once we use it, I'll just explain all of them. So what is a resizable, what is the popover component, etc. For now, let's just kill this and start with the auth page. Let's delete this button. Instead, we would like to have a div with a class of, let's say, flex, height of screen. This is going to take the entire screen, and we'll say width is going to be full. Now we'll have two different components, one on the left and one on the right. So this is going to be the 50%. So that's why we'll just say flex 1, and do the same thing for this one. So they are just going to have 50% and 50%, right? So flex 1 and flex 1, this is what it says. Then here, let's start with the left hand side. This is gonna have a couple of different classes. Let's say this itself also is gonna be a flex. Let's say overflow hidden. And for the background color, it's gonna have, let's say in the dark mode, this BG. I'll say background. And when you want to have a custom value, you would just put them under this square brackets. I'll say hash 65 1C to B55. Okay, let me just kill this sidebar as well. And then in the light mode, we'll use this color. So 65 1C to B. And we will have a relative, let's say justify to be centered, and then items also will be centered. So this is the entire class that we need for this div, right? I hope this is visible. Okay, let me just put it like this. Then here we'll have an image. Now for the images, I'll provide you a public folder. So what you can do is just go ahead here, delete this one and also this one. And you can grab the public folder from the GitHub repo, which I have the link in the description. So this is what I'll be doing. I'll just maybe even delete this one and drag and drop it into this root location. So I just drag and dropped it. Here we have a couple of different avatars that we'll be using in the UI design, right? Then we have sounds. These are the things that we'll be using later in the video. Then we have the hero right section, the logo, the noise SVG, which is this one that we'll be using. Then we have Redis logo and the user placeholder. So go ahead and get this public folder, and as we use these images and sounds, I'll be explaining all of them in the video. So let's shrink this left hand side and maybe close these. Then here in the image, we will have the Redis logo. I'll say redis-logo.svg. So this is what we're building currently. We're gonna just put it on this left bottom corner and give some overlay on top of it. Here for the alt, we could say Redis logo, and let's give some classes. So the first thing I'd like to do is just give a little bit space because we're gonna have a couple of different classes. And the first one is to position this absolutely, right? So that it's always on this left bottom corner. So I'll say absolute, the left position, which is minus 25%. Then the opacity, let's just decrement it a little bit. And let's give the bottom position, which is minus 208 pixels. Then we can just scale this a little bit up in the larger screens and above. And for the X large screens and above, this would be normal size. But on smaller screens of the large, this is going to be as twice big as its normal size. Then we'll just say pointer events none, select none, and z index will be -1 so that we cannot really select this, right? Okay, so this is going to be styles for this image. Let's save this, and below this we're going to have one more div. Let's say div, maybe we could give a little bit space, and this is going to have class of flex, flex column, gap of 2, padding x of 4, x large, screens and above, we would have margin left of 40, which is equal to 160 pixels. And let's say text would be centered, and medium screens and above, text would be start, font would be semi-bold. And inside this div, we are going to have this image, which is this Redis stash, right? It's our logo. I'm gonna paste this, and let's say this image is gonna be coming from next image, right? So this is the optimized image that we'll be using from next. And it always wants you to put the width and height. So this is the width and height we put. Let's take a look at it in this Redis logo, because I'm sorry, the logo.png, because this is what we're using, right? So this is the width and height. Maybe we have like it is not matching. So let's say height is 173. This is what I'll be putting, and for the width it is 763. Okay, with this now it should be matching completely, right? Then we have the alt, like the source, in a couple of different classes. So with this image should be above the so to say this Redis logo, because the z index of this is 0 and this one is -1. Below this image we're gonna have the, let's say, the p tags, right? It says the ultimate chat app you need to build. Let's go ahead and build this. So first we'll have a p tag. Let's say class name, text 2x large, medium and above. The text would be incremented L bit. So we'll use text balance, and I'll just explain what that is. And let's say z index would be 10. And inside of this, we're gonna have, let's say, a span tag, so that we could really optimize this, or I mean customize this. So we'll say ultimate, and we can give this classes. Let's say background red of 500, padding x of 2, font bold, and text would be white. And next to this, we will say chat app, and below this p tag, we'll just have another p tag. I'll just say the same class as actually text 2x large, medium and above. Text would be incremented. Then margin bottom of, let's say, 32, and text balance, as well as the z index of 10. Then inside we'll just have u, then the span tag, where we'll have this class of background green 500, but we can just change the opacity a bit. Let's say 90, and we'll say font bold, padding x of 2, text of white. There we go. Inside we'll just say need to, and next to it we could say build, like this. Now let's save and let's see what we're gonna see. Okay, so this is what we have. I'm just zoomed in a little bit too much, but there we go. So what happens this, so what's up with this text balance class? Now, if I just delete this, let's see what we're gonna get. I'm going to duplicate this and delete. Now there isn't any balance between them, right? So like there are three different words and one just goes here. It is not really balanced. If I put them back, here now I can see it is balanced. I hope this makes sense. So we built the left hand side, and now it is time to build the right hand side, which is gonna be this hero right image, right? So let's go ahead and make it. Under this flex1, we will say the image component coming from Next.js, and this could be self-closed. But before that, let's give our classes. So relative, overflow, hidden. Let's say this is gonna have justify centered, the items will be centered and hidden, right? And medium and above, this would be actually flex. And for now, let's just leave it like this. So it says on smaller screens and above, this would be hidden up until the medium screens. Once you hit the medium screens, this image will be shown because it's going to be display of flex. I hope this makes sense now. And let's give this classes, or maybe properties. First, we'll give the source for our image, which is going to be slash hero-right.png. This is what we have under the public folder. Then let's put the alt. I'll say hero, not right, but let's say hero image. And below this, we will have the fill property. Now, either you put the width and height, right? Or else you just delete both of them and give the fill property. But to be able to give this fill, you need to make the parent to be relative. So I have a typo here, by the way. Let's just fix it. Relative, it should be like this. And then for the classes, we will say maybe object of cover. And then in the dark mode, we can just change the opacity a little bit. I'll go with, I think, 60. But in the light mode, this could be opacity of 90. So I'll just say opacity 90. Then pointer events none, select none, and we can just say height is going to be full. Okay, let's save and take a look at it. There we go. We have the image and then the left hand side. Now we are missing the buttons, which are going to be the Auth buttons. And the demo application looks a little bit different than this one. Is because this is in the dark mode and currently we are in the light mode. Once we add that light and dark mode, we're going to just see this is how it'll look in our application as well. Okay, now we'd like to have the Auth buttons below this p tags, right? This is the component that I'd like to create. Below this second p tag, I'll just say Auth buttons. And this is going to be under the maybe Auth folder because this is the only place that we'll be using it. So I'll say Auth buttons.tsx. Let's shrink this, maybe import it here in this component. let's save and save here. There we go. This is the auth buttons that we'll just create in a second. So I'll visit auth-buttons.tsx, and this is going to be a div with class name of flex, gap of 3, flex of 1, medium screens and above. This would be flex row, but below this, that would be flex column. So in the smaller screens, the buttons will be in the vertical direction. Then you'll have the relative as well as z index of 50. Okay, then inside this div, we're gonna have a button, which is coming from our components, right? Let's say button, and this is gonna have the class name of with full, I think the variant of outline, and then we'll have the disabled field. For now, let's skip that. This is something that we'll add later. So I'll say sign up. Maybe we could just make it to be lowercase. Then I will duplicate this button. I'll select this and paste it. I'll say login. And again, this is going to take the width full, but the variant is not going to be outline. So it's going to be the default button. Let's save and let's see what we're going to get. Okay, we have our auth buttons. And this is the same with this the demo application, right? So this is gonna be it for the auth page design. We could really implement the authentication, but that would be a little bit later in the video. For now, we would like to focus on the homepage design. Let me just go ahead and log in this demo application, and we can see the homepage. So there we go. This is the homepage of our application. Even though there are same avatars and same usernames, it's because all of them are my different Google accounts. That's why they have like the same avatars or same usernames. But if you just log in with different accounts, obviously that would be looking a bit different, right? So you would have different avatars and different usernames. But anyways, this is what we're gonna build. We have this resizable component that we have imported from ChatCN. And at the top, you will have this preferences tab, and this is the background that we'll have. So let's go ahead and implement this step by step. This is our homepage, how it looks, but we're going to change it a lot. So first, I think I'll go into the here, maybe kill all those, shrink this, and go under the page component. So here we will have the preferences tab, but first let's give a little bit classes to this main tag. So here I'll say class name is going to be flex, height would be screen, and let's say flex would be column so that you would have them in the vertical direction. So we'll say items would be centered, justify centered as well. Let me just kill the sidebar so that we have a little bit more space. Padding of 4, medium screens and above. Padding X would be 24, padding Y 32, gap of 4. So at the top, as I said, we would have the preferences tab. So I'll just say preferences tab. And this is going to be the component that we'll build next. But for now, let's just put this as a comment so that we don't really get an error. I would like to put this self-closed div, which is going to be this dotted bg, right? This is what we're going to build. And I think I can just copy and paste this because this is never going to change in the code base. You can grab this from the GitHub repo under this homepage. So under the app, under the page, you can really just get this, and I'll just even put a comment up here. I'll say this is the dotted background. So I grabbed this online. It is not really too much important. If you really want to understand how this works, maybe you could ask it to ChatGPT, where it can really explain this super well for you. But basically it gives some radial gradient with, let's hover over this. Inside it puts the color and then the pixel, and it does this both for the dark mode and for the light mode. And if we save, hopefully we should get this dotted bg. This is what we have in the light mode, and we're going to implement the dark mode just in a second. But first, let's start with this preferences tab. Let's uncomment this and copy this, create it under the components. So not under the UI, but under the components. I'll say preferences tab.tsx file. Let's get the boilerplate, import this component. Okay, so here we will have 3 different buttons, right? 1, 2, 3, light mode, dark mode, and then if you would like to have the sound to be open or not. And when we turn this off, we're gonna see this sound. And if we turn this on, okay, so this is what we're gonna build. And let's actually just first with the UI design, right? We will have 3 different buttons. Here I'll shrink my left hand side, maybe just have a div. Okay, we'll have the class name of flex wrap, and we'll have gap of 2, padding x of 1, and medium screens and above we will just increment the padding L bit. Then here I'll have a button. This is gonna hold the sun icon. So I'll say button, grab it from the UI folder. This is gonna be the, let's say, variant of outline. Then this is gonna have the size of icon or icon. So I'll say on click. We would change the theme, but so far we haven't implemented the theme, right? For now, I'll just skip this actually. We'll just do this in a second. And inside we'll have the sun icon, which is coming from Lucid React. So this is a package that has been installed with ShatCN. We can give our classes. So you could say like width of 1, height of 1, but instead a better option is just to say size of 1, which actually does the same thing, right? If you hover over this, this is how we can get the width and height of the same thing. Instead of 1, we would like to get 1.2 rem. Let's see, it's equal, it equals to 19.2 pixels. Then we'll say text muted foreground. Okay, below this button, we'll like to have another one. I'll say button. Maybe we could just copy and paste these 2 lines under this button. Same variant, same size, and into here we will have, so it is not outlined, but it should be outlined. Okay, so we had a warning. Let's fix this, and we will have the moon icon. So I'll say moon icon coming from Lucid React, and we'll give the same classes. So size will be 1.2 rem and text muted foreground. Let's save actually what we're gonna get. Okay, we got these 2 buttons, even though I am zoomed in a little bit. So this is how it should look like, right? And we would like to get the other button. So at this point, I think we can just duplicate this. We are only gonna change the icon. So I'll say volume, let's say 2. This is what we're gonna use for now. Let's save and see this. Okay, and once we just turn this off, we're gonna see this icon, volume X. Okay, so just like in our application, this is the turned on and turned off mode. So this is now in the middle of the screen is because we don't really have anything below this. Later, once we add this chat container, they would be pushed to the top. So now we would like to implement this light and dark mode, right? For this, let's go into the ShatCN and search for the dark mode. We are in the Next.js application. Here it says get those packages, or just only one. Okay, this is gonna install it, and here it says create a theme provider. So it says copy this code and paste it, where I would like to go and create another folder under the, maybe, let's just shrink everything. Maybe under the components, we could say providers, and I'll just say theme provider.tsx and paste that code. So this is a client component. That's why it puts use client directive at the top. Let's save and kill this. Maybe later in the video, we could talk about what are client components and what are server components. For now, we could just really focus on the UI design solely, right? Then let's see, do we need to do anything else? Here it says go under the layout.tsx and wrap your children with it. So I'm gonna actually just copy this theme provider, or maybe actually all of this. Then in my app layout, I will delete this children under the body and I'll paste it. Let's import the theme provider coming from components providers, right? This is the file that we have just created. And if you think about it, this layout is the root layout, and this would be run for every single page. In the Auth page, in the home page, Auth callback page, any pages that you have created, all those pages will be put under this layout file because this is the root layout. And we are wrapping all those pages with this theme provider so that we could have the light mode and dark mode. and this children would be the page content. So either it's the home page, the Auth page, the Auth callback page, or really any page that you have created. Okay, so we also have the metadata. It says like create next app. We can change the title. In the demo application, we call it as Redis stash. So let's just make the same thing. I'll say Redis stash and make the S uppercase. So we can just leave the description like this for now. It's not really important. Maybe later in the video we could fix this just before we deploy our application. Okay, with this now, dark mode should be working. Not really, we need to change this function a little bit. So what we're gonna do is just go here and get a setter function called set theme from use theme, which is gonna be coming from the package that we have installed. And then when we click to this icon, we're basically call the first on click function, right? And here we'll just say set theme should be light, and I'll copy this line and paste it into this one, and you'll just say call the dark mode. Let's save. Hopefully this should work out. So here it says you cannot use a hook in a server component. By default, every component is a server component in Next.js, so we need to make this to be a client component with this directive. Let's save. Hopefully this should work now. Okay, there we go. We are in the dark mode. If I click to this, we're still in the dark mode. If we click to this, now we're in the light mode, and we can really just toggle this state. So this is how we can add the light and dark mode. We just installed a package first called Next Themes. Then we created a provider, wrapped our layout with it, right? Just like this. Then we can just call this function and set the theme. Now the other thing we would like to do is just change this preference. Should sound be enabled or disabled? Because in our application, if we just open this up, we can, like, once we click to these, we can see this mouse click sound, right? But if it is turned off, even if I click those, I can't really hear anything. And I would like to make this preference to be global because we'll be using it in multiple places. So here I'll just check if the the sound is turned on, then I can get this keyboard sound once I type in. But since this is turned off, I cannot really hear it. But if I just turn this on, and if I just try typing out, here you can see I just can hear that typing effect. Or once I click to those, I can see this, or I can hear this mouse click effect. So that's why we would like to have this preference as a global state. And for this, we'll be using a package called ZooStand. So here I'll just open up my terminal and I'll say npm install ZooStand, and to be able to hear a sound or play a sound, I will use this package called use sound. So first, let's initialize our ZooStand store. And if you don't know what is ZooStand, is basically we'll be using it as our global state management library, right? So we'll just create one state that would be globally accessible throughout our application. So I'll say under the source, let's create the store, and inside this, I'll just say use preferences.ts file. So in this file, we're gonna need a function coming from ZooStand, which is called as create. So let's say import create from ZooStand. This function will allow us to create some global state so that we can consume it in our application. So I'll go below and I'll say export const, let's say use preferences, and I'm gonna call this create function. So this takes a callback function, right? I'll just go ahead and initialize it like this, and this takes the setter function as the first argument. Now this is a function body, right? Instead of this, what I'll be doing is just say I don't really want to have a function body, but instead I just want you to return this object. So if you wrap it with brackets, this would be an object that you would be returning from this function. So this is a, let's say, basic JavaScript knowledge that you should know at this point. Okay, so what are we trying to do? Basically, we would like to have one state and one setter function. So just like use state, let's say in use state, we would have our state, and then we would have the set state. and we would call the use state function from React, and we could give some initial value into here, right? But this would be some kind of, let's say, local state, right? This wouldn't be global. You need to just pass this as a prop to the components that you would like to use. But instead, the difference here, this is going to be global, right? I'll just comment this out just as a reference. So let's say our state would be called as sound enabled. And let's just give the initial value as true, just like here. And now we'd like to create this setter function. So I'll say set sound enabled. And this is going to take an argument that would be Boolean, either true or false. And we're going to update this state with that value. So that would be either false or true. Now, I hope this makes sense. We just created a global state that we can use throughout our application. Let's delete this import and maybe this one. And let's save and let's try to consume this. I'll go into the preferences tab. I'll just say call my hook called use preferences, which is going to give us two different values. So let's say const, but if we take a look at it here, we cannot really get any suggestions. And we can fix this by using a little bit of TypeScript. So I'll go here and create a type. I'll say preferences, which is going to be an object. It's going to have the sound enabled of Boolean, and set sound enabled setter function that doesn't return anything, right? So it is return type is void. Okay, so this is the function signature that we just put here, and we can pass this as a generic into this create function. So I'll say preferences. Okay, with this now we should be able to get some suggestions. I'll press Control space. There we go. We got our state and then the setter function. So here I'll go ahead, cut this just for a second. I'll say if sound enabled, return this icon, else return this icon. So in both cases, I'll just paste this thing that I have just cut, right? I'll go here and paste this one as well, and I'll just change this to be volume 2. Let's save and let's see the output. Currently the sound is enabled, that's why we see this one. But once we click this button, we could really update the state. So I'll say on click, set sound enabled. Maybe let's just say set sound enabled. We could just negate it. So if it is true, that would be false, and vice versa. Let's save and then just test this out. Currently it is true in the initial state. I clicked this, now it is false, true, right? So this is exactly what we'd like to have. Now what we can do else is just play a sound. Once we click to this, or when we click to these buttons, it should play a sound, right? And we can do this pretty easily. I'll go here first to just get the sounds. So here we'll have 3 different sounds, right? First, I'll just say const, let's say play mouse click. This is going to be coming from this package. Let's say use sound, and we need to import this. I'll go here and say import use sound from this package, which is going to take the path of the sound. Here I'll say it is going to be under the public folder, under the sounds folder, where we have this mouse click.mp3. Let's take a look at it. Under the public, under the sounds, we would like to get this mouse click. So let's just listen to it. Okay, here we can see this is what we'd like to have. The other sound we'd like to have, the play sound on and off. Let me just duplicate this twice. I'll say play, maybe, let's say sound on, and let's say sound off. And they're gonna be these ones. Let's see, sound on and off. I'll go here and change the name. I'll just say sound on and maybe copy this. And then I just paste the name. Here it is the sound off, and let's listen for them as well. This is sound on. And this is off. Okay, so if this is a bit too loud, you can go ahead and put this option of, let's say, volume to be, yeah, let's go with maybe 0.5 or maybe even 0.3. Let's do the same thing for this one. And I think I forgot to mention, but the first value this hook gives you is the play function. So you get this sound, you can call it anything that you'd like to. Just go with X, Y, Z. It doesn't really matter, but it should be readable so that you know which sound you are playing, right? And what we can do is once we click this, we can update the theme, but also maybe play a sound, right? I'm gonna cut this just for a second. I'll paste it. Here we set the theme to be a light, and we can just play a sound, which is gonna be mouse click. So I'll say play, let's say play, mouse click. But we don't really want to play this all the time, only if the sound is enabled. So I'll say if sound is enabled, then you can call this right hand side. And let's do the same thing for this one. I will just cut this for a second, paste it, and I'll say do the same thing, just like this. We don't really need to return null. Maybe let's just skip it like this. Okay, and when we click to this one, which is enabling the sound or disabling, we're gonna update the state and also just play a sound. So I'm gonna again cut this, paste it, and here I'll just say if sound enabled, then play this one, else play this one. Let's save and then just test it out. I'll refresh to be able to have just a clean state. There we go. So this works because sound is enabled. Let's just disable this. Now I'll click to those. We cannot really hear that mouse click. Maybe you are hearing my mouse sound, but that's not really the case. Yeah, now we can hear it. There we go. So I think this click effects are pretty cool, but at some point it can get a little bit, distracting or annoying. That's why we give this option for users where they could enable it or disable it. And now that we have this implemented as well, we can actually go ahead and build the message container, which is going to be this component. So before we build this component, I just want to say this UI is inspired by this GitHub repo. So let's take a look at the application first. Jacob has built this application and this is open source. Here we can see it is really similar to what we're going to build today. We have the sidebar, the chat container, right, with the top bar and bottom bar where we have this input, the like icon, and then this emoji picker. And this is what he built. So this is even deployed on GitHub. Let's take a look. This is his profile and this is the GitHub repo. So I'd like to just give him a star. This really helped me to build this UI design pretty quickly, and I changed it a little bit. This is not the exact same thing, but as I said, like this has been inspired by his work. So all credits goes to him and his contributions. So okay, we're gonna build this. This is the demo application and this is what we have currently. Let's go ahead and build it. So this is the homepage, right? So I'll just switch to my code base, maybe kill all these, shrink this, go under the source, under the app where we have this homepage. So what do we have here currently is just this preferences tab and then the .bg. And here we have area hidden is equal to true. I didn't explain this, but basically this just hides this div from the screen readers because this is just a decorator, right? They don't really need to know there is a div on the DOM. I hope this makes sense. This is an accessibility, so to say, best practice that you should keep in mind. If you have some kind of decorators, then you should definitely add this area hidden to be true so that screen readers doesn't really have to see this component. Now what we're gonna have here in this page is resizable component, which is coming from Shad UI. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. So this is something that we have already installed. So there we go. We have in the horizontal direction and in the vertical direction, but basically we'll be using this one, right? We have it in the horizontal direction. So they are side by side. We already installed it. Now it is time to use it. So this is the usage. Let me just zoom in a little bit. We wrap everything with resizable panel group and we give the direction either horizontal or vertical. Then we put the first resizable panel, then maybe the handle. I think it is going to be this one that we have. This is the handle. And then we have the other panel. And in this case, we'll be using, I think, the horizontal direction. Now, before we build this though, I just want to mention, this is super optimized. So what do I mean by optimized? Is that if we if we shrink this and if we refresh the page, this still keeps track of it, right? So it knows that this is collapsed. Or if I open this up, maybe at this exact point, right? If I refresh, this still knows this should be the layout. So it doesn't really stretch like this when you refresh because we hold the value in cookies, right? And we're gonna call it as default layout. Okay, I know that this sounds a bit complicated, but we're gonna just see this in a second. First, I'd like to delete this unused import. Then here we'll just create a component, maybe below this .bg. Oops, let's go here and we'll just say, let's give a div. Inside we will have a component called chat layout. So this is something that we'll create just in a second. And let's give out the classes to this one. Let's say z index of 10, border rounded LG, and maximum width of 5x large, width of full, minimum height of, let's say, I have a typo here, let's say height of 85 VH. This is going to be the minimum height, and we'll say text would be small and larger screens and above. This would be flex. Why do we even put this? Well, I'm not sure if you really need this class. I have it in my notes, so I'm going to just leave it here, and maybe later we could just take a look and delete this if we don't really need it. Okay, anyways, we need to create this component now. I will go ahead and first create under the components a folder called a chat. We will put all of our chat related components under this folder. So the very first one is going to be this chat layout.tsx. Let's go ahead, initialize this. This is going to take a prop. And as I said, this is going to be that default layout so that we can keep track of the layout, right? So if you collapse this, refresh the page, this would be in the cookie. That's why it'll just stay in this, so to say, layout. So let's say this is 80 pixels and this is the rest of the screen. This is how we are going to get that value from the cookies. Since we are in the server, right, by default, all components are rendered on the server, and this is what we have. We can actually just access to the cookies. I will say const layout, and I'll say cookies, which will import from next headers. Then we'll say get, and this is how we're going to call it. First, I'll just say get. This is how we are going to, okay, I'm having a bit issue here, but first you would call the cookies function, right? Then you would say get, and then you would put the key or the name here it says, which is going to be React-resizable dash, and I have a typo here, resizable dash, let's say panels, and let's say layout. This is how we rename it. Really, you can, I think, call it anything, but this is what I'll be using. And then I'll say const the default layout. We will say if we have a layout value in the cookies, then let's just parse it. Let's say layout.value. We're going to be using this, but else we would just say undefined, right? So we're going to take this default layout and pass it as a prop into this component. First, let's import it and let's shrink this maybe. Okay, we have the chat layout. I'll just say the default layout will be equal to this default layout. So there we go. Now we need to take this as a prop. TypeScript is not really happy with us. What we can do is just say, hey, we would like to get the default layout, destructure this. But again, this says, I don't know the type of this, right? Maybe here it first says you're not using this, right? And then it says from the TypeScript, this has implicitly has an any type, which we can fix pretty quickly and easily. I'll say create an interface. This could be a type as well, but for this, let's go with the interface. I'll say chat layout props, which is going to be taking the default layout. And this default layout, let's say it's going to be either an array of numbers. So I'll say array of numbers, or it's going to be undefined. Now, if we just say the chat layout props, we can actually get the suggestion, right? Okay, so this is going to be our interface, and maybe we should build the UI first. Okay, I'll go here, and let's say by the way, if this is undefined, we can give some default values. I'll say by default it's going to be 300 to 20 pixels to, let's say, 480 pixels. So what does this mean? If you don't really, or maybe in the first time that you visit this page, right, in the very first time when you just come to this page, the value or the size for this left hand side would be 320, and for the right hand side it would be 480. Okay, this is what we're gonna have in the default layout prop, right? Then let's build the UI. As I said, we'll be using this component resizable panel group, and then we would put our panels. In the first one, we will have the sidebar, and then on the right hand side, we would have the message container. So I'll go here and maybe I'll just call the resizable panel group from our UI folder, which we got from Shad UI, right? So we're gonna put a couple of different props into here. First, we'll say the direction is gonna be horizontal. As you can see, as the suggestion says, we can either have it horizontally or vertically, right? Then what we're gonna do is give a couple of classes. I'll just say height is gonna be full, then items would be stretch, then BG would be the default background color, and we can just say rounded would be LG. Then now there is one so to say important props that we need to pass, which is on layout. So every time we resize this component, we would like to update our cookie with that value. So I'll just say on layout, where we're gonna take the sizes. Let's say this is an array of numbers. There we go. And I'm gonna call this function. Let's just open this up. I'll say document.cookie, where we would like to just update it. And I'll just put this backticks. I'll say React-resizable panels. And this is how we called it, right? Colon layout, and we're gonna put that value as we got in the arguments. So I'll just say json.stringify these sizes. And you need to make sure that this name is matching actually with this one that we have, right? React resizable panels layout. Okay, below this, we're gonna put our first panel, which is going to be our sidebar component. So I'll say resizable panel. This is gonna be the first one. Maybe we could duplicate this, and in between we could say something like resizable handle. Let's say, where is it? Okay, I'm just gonna get this. This is gonna be let's say the self-close tag, and we can just say with handle, and you'll see what this does. It basically gives this thing in the middle, so you can really understand there is a resizable component here. If you don't really put it, then I think it would look like this, where you don't see the handle. Okay, I hope this is clear now. And here, let's say this is the sidebar component, and let's say this is the right hand side. Let's save. Hopefully we should be able to see some output. Okay, so here it says this cannot be into a server component, so we need to just make this to be a client component. I'll go above and I'll say use client. Hopefully this should work out. There we go. We have the sidebar and then the right component. Now we don't really want this sidebar to be 0 pixels, right? Let's say the minimum size would be something like this, or by default when we refresh, this is not going to be 50 to 50, where it's going to be looking something like this, right? Let's handle this. We're going to go into this sidebar component, which is resizable panel, and we're going to give a couple of different props. So let's say the default size would be coming from default layout of 0. By default, this is the value that we're going to take. Then let's say collapsed size would be 8 units. Then we would say collapsible is going to be equal to true, right? Then we will just say minimum size is going to be, if we are in the mobile, let's say is mobile, is going to be 0. But if we are not in the mobile, then the minimum size would be 24. So what does this mean? Let's take a look at in the demo. So we are not in the mobile screens, right? The minimum size is this, let's say 24 units. But if we go into the mobile, so here, let me just go into the mobile size. I'm not sure if it is mobile. Okay, now it's mobile, and we can really shrink this. Size could be 0 at this point. So this is exactly what we are trying to say. We say if it is mobile, then this is going to be 0. So this is mobile will be a state. Let's go ahead and get this. Import the use state. By default, this would be false, and in a use effect, we could really check for this. So this is what I'll be doing. Maybe I'll copy and paste this and just walk you through it because it's really, really easy. Let's import the use effect. So like at the first time you refresh this page, what happens is that this use effect runs and this initial check happens where we call this function. Here it just checks for the state. It says if the width is less than or equal to 768, then mobile is going to be true. But in the else case, that would be false. And as you resize your screen, this is always going to call this function and just determine if you're in the mobile size or not. And as the optimization, in the cleanup function, it just removes this event listener so that you don't really have millions of this resize event listener mounted on the component. So this is absolutely important for, let's say, optimization. And this is really how you check for this. The initial check, and as you resize your screen, you just call this function where it updates the state. Okay, I hope this makes sense. Super basic. That's why I didn't really want to code this up from scratch. So we have our use effect, which is going to check for the is mobile. Then for the maximum size, we could really just do the same kind of thing. I'll duplicate this. I will say this is going to have a maximum size. Let's say if it is in the mobile screen, that would be, let's say 8. But if it is not mobile, let's say it's going to be 30. Then on collapse, we're going to keep track of a state. So I'll just say on collapse. Okay, let's just call this maybe like this, and I will create a state for this as well. By default, this would also be false. Let's just put it at the top. Okay, now here in this function, we will just do something related to that state. I'll say set is collapsed would be true because this is running on the on collapse function, and there is one more so to say function called on expand, and in that case we're gonna make this to be false. Okay, and then here we will need to update the cookie as well. So here I'll just say document.cookie, and here we will just create or update a different cookie value. I'll say React resizable panels, not so this time not layout, but it's gonna be collapsed. Let's say collapsed, and we can make this to be equal to true. And I think we can delete the semicolon. I'm not sure if you really need it. Copilot suggested, so let's just really take it. It's not really that important. So I'm gonna delete this part and save it like this. Then here we will maybe just duplicate this entire function. Okay, I'm gonna just get this and paste it. Here we will say set is collapsed to be false, and we will just make this to be false as well. Now let's save and test this out, how this is gonna look like. So by default, once you refresh, this is, oops, why do we have this flickering effect? I'm not really sure. We're going to fix it. But for now, like this is collapsible, and this is the minimum size that we can get in, let's say, in the desktop. And in mobile, let's see. So here I am in the mobile size, and this can just shrink completely, right? So let's give a couple of different classes to this component. I'll just say class name, and here we can give kind of like, how do we call it? Like, so conditional classes. I will call this cn function and import it from the utils. So we can just say if it is collapsed, then we can really add this right hand side of classes. I'll say minimum width of, let's say 80 pixels. Then we can give transition all so that we have some kind of like transition, right? If I can type, I'll say transition all, duration of, let's go with, I don't know, maybe 300 milliseconds. And for our function, we could say is in and out. Okay, there we go. Let's save. Hopefully we should have some kind of animation. Currently we don't really have, I think, but like later in the video, once we add these components, so I think we already have, right? Let me just zoom in. So like once we shrink this, I'm not sure why can't we see it. Okay, so like we have this animation there, you can see once you shrink it. So like when we shrink it, we can see this animation on the width, right? Okay, now it is time to, I think, build the sidebar component. So if we delete this with handle, by the way, let's see what's gonna happen. We're not gonna see that handle. Okay, so I'll go here and maybe just say sidebar component. And on the right hand side, we will also create a different component. Maybe for now we could add this placeholder where it says click on a chat to view the messages. Here I'll just go ahead and say for the first of all, this is gonna take the default not checked. Let me just give a little bit space. Okay, so here in the resizable panel on the right hand side, I'll just say default size is going to be the default layout of 1, right? We had an array, so we're going to take this second value, which is the index of 1. then we could say something like the minimum size would be, let's say, 30. And I'll just give a div with a couple of classes, or maybe at this point I can really copy and paste. It's about 5 to 6 lines of code, right? There we go. We just have a div with these classes, then another div into it with an image and p tag. So this is the logo that we're using, and here in the p tag we say click on a chat to view the messages. Let's save. I'm not sure we have, why do we have this warning? I'll just delete it and put it again. Okay, there we go. Let's save, and this is how it looks, right? I'll refresh. Okay, now we don't have that flickering effect because we have some minimum size and some content into here. So I think it is time to build the sidebar component. Let's go ahead and just make this a component like this, and I will copy this and create a component. So I think it is not going to be into the chat folder, but this is just a component that should live under the components folder. I'll say sidebar and okay, get this, let's say RAFCE, and get this boilerplate, right? Now for the sidebar component, we don't really have any data right now, right? Because we don't really have our database. Later these data would be coming from database, just like in the demo application. But for now, we can just put some hard-coded test data, which I will provide you. So go ahead under the source, maybe create a folder called db and then call a file dummy.ts and go into the GitHub account or the GitHub repo that you can find the link in the description, copy the entire content and paste into this file. So this is what I'll be doing. I'll go into the GitHub repo under the dummy.ts file and just copy it and paste it here, which is about 100 lines of code. And let's see what that is. We have two different interfaces just to make TypeScript happy and just have that, so to say, auto suggestions. We have users, let's see, 5 or 6 different users. I'm not sure why do I have 2 of them. Maybe I could delete this one really. Okay, and we have the messages, and this would be the test data for the messages. So here the message is between this user and then this user. The sender ID is always alternates from the first user to the second one, first one, second one, and you know, that kind of thing. So yeah, this is really what we have. I think we can use the users array for now. We don't really have the messages ready, but in the sidebar, we'll be using this users component or this users array, not component. So I'll go into the sidebar, and this is going to take a prop, which is going to be is collapsed, because we'll be using this. Let's say is collapsed, and we have the state, if you remember, up here, right? So I'm going to copy it and maybe paste it into this component. Let's import it. It's coming from the sidebar. There we go. Now TypeScript is not really happy with us. So let's get this interface. I'll say interface sidebar props, which is going to take the is collapsed, which is going to be Boolean. Then let's destructure this. I'll say is collapsed. We cannot really get any auto suggestions because we didn't put the type. So here I'll just say sidebar props. Now if I just go here, I can get the suggested prop, and I'll just auto accept this. So here what we're gonna have is a selected user. It's because when I click to this, now this user is selected. When I click to this, then this user is selected, and UI will update depending on that, right? So let's go ahead and then just say const selected user. For now, this is going to be a hard-coded data. Later, again, as I said, we're going to fix this, and really it's going to work 100%. For now, just follow along. We are trying to build the UI as quickly as possible. Then what are we going to have? Let's build the UI. We're going to have a div, let's say class name, let's say relative. We're going to give this flex column, height of full, gap of 4, and we're going to give padding of 2. Then we'll say data dash collapsed equal to true. In that case, we would give the padding of 2, right? This is what it really says. In the collapsed state, you would give the padding of 2 on all directions. Then maximum height of full, overflow of auto, let's say. Then BG would be the background. Okay, so Inside, we're going to have, let's say, kind of like an if check, which is going to be this one. Let's see if it is, so if it is not collapsed, we're going to see this chat's title. But if it is collapsed, we're not going to see that. So in that case, we can get this part under this div. I will just paste it. It's because really easy, really basic. We have two divs with a p tag that says chats, and we only see this if we are not collapsed. Then what we're gonna have is a scroll area. Let's see what that component is. I'll just say scroll area. Okay, if the content overflows this height, then you're gonna get this scroll bar where you can really just go ahead and scroll without breaking the UI. So we already installed it, I believe, and here is how we can use it. You would wrap your content with the scroll area component. You would give some height or width, or maybe both of them, and then it would just work magically. This is what you'd like to do. If at any point this, let's say, users overflow the component, instead of breaking the UI, we would like to have some kind of, let's say, scroll bar so that we can really have this UI, right? This is what we're gonna do. And let's just double check if we have installed the scroll area component. There we go. We already have it. And now below this, I'll just say scroll area, which is coming from UI, and make sure you don't really get it from Redis UI because this is not really what we installed, right? This is the one actually that we're getting from Shad UI. Okay, I'll get this and give a couple of classes to this one. I'll say class name of, let's say, gap of 2, padding x of 2, and now we need to give this div the class of group so that we can use something special here, which is gonna be group data. Let me just get this and explain. Please feel free to pause and maybe type this out, or maybe you can grab this from the GitHub repo. I don't really want to waste time writing this long classes. So basically we say if this group in this data collapsed state, then justify would be centered, and we would give this padding x of 2 on this scroll area. I hope this makes sense. And we will go ahead and wrap this, or maybe map this users array that we have in our dummy data. So I'll just scroll a bit and I'll say users dot map, give me each user, maybe with an index. I'll call it as idx, and I'm going to just return this part. So first we need to just check if it is collapsed or not. If it is collapsed, then we're going to render this part. And what is going to be in this part is basically, if it is collapsed, we would like to see this tooltips. So when you hover over the user, you see the name, and this is the tooltip component. But if it is not collapsed, then we see this kind of like small card. And we have already installed the tooltip component. Let's see how we can use this. When you hover over this, you just get the tooltip content. So provider, the tooltip, the trigger, and then the content. This is how we're going to be using it. Let's say first we'll import the tooltip provider, which is coming from UI folder, right? Then here we can just give the key to be indexed so that React is happy with us. Then we'll say this is going to take the tooltip component. Let's import this as well. Yeah, just like this. And we can say delay duration would be 0. So here in the demo application, there are some delay. I hover over this and I just wait about maybe half of a second, then I see this tooltip. But here, as soon as I hover over this, I can just see that. So this is what we're doing with this delay duration. Then inside, obviously we need a trigger. So I'll say tooltip trigger, where is it? Let's import it. Then this is gonna take this as child prop. Then we will just say div. Once we click to this, something will happen, but for now, let's just skip it. We will just say we would like to have an avatar component. Let's import this. This is something that we have installed again previously in the video. I'll just say class name of margin y of 1, flex justify to be centered, items to be centered as well. Then here, this is how we can use it. You would say avatar image. Let's import it. And this could be a self-close tag where I'll say source is going to be, let me just give this curly braces. I'll say it's going to be user.image. And we have this auto suggestion because we give the type for this, right? So if we say user dot, and you can get all those. So I'll say user.image. For some reason, if this is empty, then we can back it up with user.placeholder dot, not svg but png. This is what we have in the public folder. Then for the alt, we could say maybe let's just say user profile image, or maybe just image. Then we would give the width of 6, let's say, the height of 6 as well. There we go. Then a couple of classes. I'll just say class name, let's say border -2, border white, and rounded full. Let's say rounded full, and maybe I could give width 10, height 10, and I could delete this width and height. Now it's gonna take a little bit time to load the avatar image, so we can just give a fallback. So we would say avatar fallback. In that case, this would show the first letter of the user name. Okay, so this is how we're gonna do it, and you can see all those in the documentation for the avatar component. Then below this avatar, what we're gonna have is the username. So I'll just say span, where is it? Okay, span, let's say user dot name. And for the class name, we should give, let's see, screen readers only. So this is going to be hidden on the screen, but only screen readers will be able to see it, because we're going to put the username into a tooltip content. Okay, below this span, let me just save, by the way. Oh, I can't because I didn't completed this part. Okay, anyways, below this span, below this div, below the tooltip trigger, let's delete this space, but just above the tooltip, we are going to have the tooltip content. So let's say tooltip content, let's import it. And in this content, we would just give the username. So I'm going to get this, but this will have a couple of props. So I'll say side would be right hand side, right? So I'll just say right. And for the class name, I'll just say flex items centered. Then we would say gap is going to be 4. So this is what we have if we are in the collapsed mode. But else we're going to render this right hand side, which is going to be this UI, right? So we have just built this state. Now it's time to build this one. And in this case, we would be rendering a button. Let's say button imported. And again, we would give a key for this, where we just say it's going to be the index. And we're going to give a couple of classes. So let's make sure we are under the button. I'll say class name. The classes that this button will get is going to be a little bit different, is because we need to update the button file. So under the UI, go under the button.tsx. So as I said previously, you can really add different sizes, different variants, and just customize this absolutely however you would like to, right? So I want to give a different variant and different size. And the variant that I'll be giving is going to be this gray variant. If user is selected, then I will just see this, so to say, background, right? If this one if this one is selected, then I will see this background, which is gray. So this is what I'll be doing. First, I'll just go into the button.tsx file. Let me just go in here. We will say the other variant we would like to have is going to be, let's say, gray, which is going to have these classes. Let's say bg accent /30. Text would be accent foreground, and in the, let's say, shadow would be small, which is going to be for the box shadow. If I can talk clearly, then we'll have the hover state, where we just say bg accent of not 40, but let's say 80. Okay, these are the classes we would like to have for this variant. And for the size, let's say x large. Let's just say x large, and I'll just say height would be 16, rounded -md, padding x of 5. So there we go. With this, now we are ready to use this component. This variance and this sizes that we have just created. So I'll go here, instead of having this as a string, I'll be using again the cn function. Let's import it and maybe kill the sidebar so that we have a little bit more space. And now here, I would like to just give the variant even before the classes. I'll say the variant would be, let's say, gray. And for the, let's say, size, we could give the X large. This is what we have created, right? Let's just put them before the class name, and now we can give our classes. So the first classes that we put here is going to be under the string, and this would be implemented for like no matter what, and you'll see what I mean just in a second. Let's say with full justify start, gap of 4, margin y of 1, and now we're going to have a condition where we say if the selected user is equal to this current user, then we would like to change the background. So I'll just put a comment and I'll say if selected user dot ID, or let's say email, if it is equal to user dot email, then I would like to implement this classes. So I'll just paste it. Okay, it's going to be this one. Dark, in the dark mode is going to be background muted, text white. On the hover state, background would be muted, and then text white, and this is going to be shrinked. So I know this doesn't make too much sense for now, but this will just make just in a second. Let's complete this and I'll just try to explain once again. Now inside this, again, we're just gonna put the avatar component. We have already done this above. That's why I'm gonna go ahead and copy and paste it. So basically we're gonna have an avatar with the avatar image. If it is empty, then we can show the placeholder. We could have, let's say, alt is going to be user image. We can delete the width and height because we already have it in the class name, and we can delete this for now. Later we're going to add it, and once we get there I'll explain. So let's delete it, and we have the avatar fallback again, and then the username. So let's save. Hopefully this should be working fine. I'll go here into this component. Maybe we should refresh. No, we don't, because we need to save this file so that we can really see the sidebar component. Okay, there we go. We have the avatar, the, let's say, username, and this is selected. Okay, this is the exact same UI that we have, right? Now, why this is selected is because we are holding it in the, let's say, where is it? We hold it as the hard-coded value. If you delete this, or maybe if you say null, then this is not going to be selected. Okay, now we have some issues, but let's say this is an empty object. Okay, now this is not selected, but let's keep it like this so that we can just check for this, right? Okay, so I think this is working fine as expected. When we hover over them, we can see the tooltips. They have some gap between them, and this is what we see on the larger screens, right? If it is collapsed and if it is not collapsed. And this is the maximum size it can take, and this is the minimum size. Okay, now the other thing I would like to do is just add a logout button at the very bottom. I'll go here into my sidebar component. Maybe below the scroll area, I'll just put the logout section. So here I could say logout section, or let's say button, or let's just say section, because we don't really have the button itself, but also we have the, avatar and then the username. So here I'll just say give me a div with the class of margin top of auto. But why do we give margin top of auto? Is because once we say this, it says, hey, just push this from the top to the very bottom. So margin top auto means from the top, just push it to the very bottom until it has some space, right? So this is something that you'd like to keep in mind when you're using the flex container. Then below this, I'll just go ahead and create another div. Let me give a little bit space for us. Okay, like this, I'll say class name, flex, justify between, then let's say items would be centered, gap of 2, and medium screens and above. Let's increment the padding X to be 6, padding Y would be 2. And inside we will again just check if we are in the collapsed mode or not. If we are collapsed, then we are not gonna see the username, the username and avatar, but we will only see the logout button. And if we are not collapsed, we will just see both this section and then this button. So this is what I'll be doing. I'll just say if it is not collapsed, then show me this part, which is a div with the avatar. And for now, we cannot really have this part. So I'll just say put the user placeholder, and I could say something like John Doe. Later, we would be getting the user from the authentication provider. For now, please just ignore it and just have it like this. And okay, so below this we will have our logout button. So I'll just say div, let me give LP space, class name of flex and flex column. I'm not sure if we really need this flex column. Let's delete it. Maybe we don't really even need this flex, but for now, let's just say logout button or the icon coming from Lucid React. And I could say size would be, let's say 22. Okay, let's get this and save. Hopefully it should be working as expected. There we go, we have our button. If we collapse, we only see the icon and not really the avatar and username. There we go. Maybe we could make this to have cursor pointer, right? Let's say cursor would be pointer like this. Okay, so this is gonna be it for the sidebar component, and next we're gonna build the chat container or the message container. So it's gonna be looking like this. We have the top bar, the, so to say, message container, and then the bottom bar. We can send messages, and depending on the message, if it is sent from us, we would see it on the right hand side, and if message is coming from the other user, it would be on the left hand side. So this is what we're gonna build next. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to build this message container component. So instead of this placeholder, we would like to show this component, right? So this is what we're gonna do. I'll just kill everything and let's visit the homepage first. Under the app, we had the homepage, which we have chat layout. And if we scroll to the bottom, instead of this placeholder, right, we are gonna actually show a message container. For now, I'm gonna just comment this out, and I'll say message container. Okay, we're gonna create this component just in a second, but just know that later in the video we're gonna make it to be dynamic, so we would either show the message container or this placeholder depending on the, let's say, the chat history, or maybe, so if we have a selected user, then we would show this component, but else we would show this component, right? That would be dynamic in this part, but for now it is hard-coded because we're just trying to build the UI. Okay, under the chat, I will create this message container component. I'll say message container.tsx. And in this component, we will have three different components. So we would have the top bar, the message list. This is where it's going to be displayed. And then we would have the chat bottom bar. Okay, so this is what we're gonna start with. First of all, this would be a div, let's say, with a couple of classes. I'll just say class name would be flex column, justify between. Then we would have width full and height full. Okay, so maybe kill the sidebar, and inside we would have the chat top bar at the top. Then below this we would have a div that would get these classes, let's say width full, overflow, y auto. Then you would have overflow x hidden, and height full, let's say flex column. And inside we will have the message list component. Then below this we would have the chat bottom bar, and let's just make sure that this is a component that we are calling. Okay, so I'm gonna create three of them. Okay, so chat top bar .tsx. Let's create it, save it, close this, and import it. Let's do the same thing for this one. And lastly, this bottom bar component. Okay, so there we go. Now we have created all of them, and let's just make sure that we also call this as top bar so that we don't get this spell check, right? It is not really that important, but let's just fix this. I'll say top bar.tsx and maybe delete this. Let's say rafce, and let's make sure this is top bar like this. Let's delete this and bring this back. Okay, this is not really happy for some reason. That's why I'll just do Control Shift P and I'll say developer reload window. So this should get rid of those errors. So I'll just wait a little bit until my VS Code loads, and hopefully we shouldn't get any errors. Okay, so I'm gonna save this component, and we already imported this one, I believe. Nope, we don't. So I just imported, and let's see what we're gonna see in the demo application. Maybe I should refresh. Oh, okay, so it looks like I killed the terminal. So I'll just say npm run dev. Let's kill this one. This is gonna start the development server. Okay, so here we go. We have all of our components, and let's start with the top bar. Let's take a look. We have a left-hand side and then a right-hand side with these two logos or icons. Then we have an avatar with the username. So we'll go into the chat top bar component. So here at first, maybe I will kill the sidebar like this and delete the content, and I'll just say class name would be width of full, height of 20, flex, padding of 4, justify between, and we will say items centered, and we can give a border of bottom. Let's say border B. Then inside we will have another div with these classes. Let's say flex, items center, and gap of 2. And inside this, we would have the avatar component. So we will just say avatar. Let's import it as well from the UI folder. And under the avatar, we would have the avatar image. Say image. This would be a self-close tag. First, let's give classes to this one. We will say flex, justify center, and item center as well. Now, what is going to be the source for the avatar image? That would basically be the selected user, right? If I select this user, then I will see this image. If I select this one, I will see their profile. So for this, we are going to create this hard-coded value for now. Let's say selected user. This would be users dot, let's say 0, the first user. And we're going to put his or her profile image, right? I'll just say source would be selected user dot image. And if this is empty for some reason, we would put this user placeholder.png as the fallback value. Then we would give an alt, let's say alt user image. Then we would have class name of, let's say width of 10 and height of 10 as well. And maybe, yeah, we could leave those, why not? Then below this avatar, we could give a div. Let's say this is gonna take the username. Under a span, we would say selected user dot name, and we're gonna give, I think, the class name of font medium. Then for this, we would say I'm not sure if we really need to put this div. Maybe we could really delete this, just have a span like this. Okay, let's save and let's see what we're gonna get. Okay, so we just got the top bar, and let's get this right hand side as well. Below this div, I believe we should have another div with this class that's a flex gap of 2. Then we would have both of our icons. Okay, so we'll just go here. I'll say info icon coming from Lucid React, and we would have the X icon. Okay, just like this, and they're gonna have a couple of different classes. At this point, I could, I think, just copy and paste like this. Text muted foreground, cursor pointer, and on hover state, we just change the text a little bit. And I'll do the same thing for this one. Let's save. And there we go. This is how it looks currently. Then it is time to build the message list component, which is going to be this one, right? We will just have all of our messages. So I'll just visit the VS Code and let's kill this one, and we would like to go under the message list component, right? So this is going to take a couple of different classes. So I'll just say class name with full overflow y of auto. Then we would have again overflow x of hidden, let's say. Then let's say height full, flex, and flex column. Now we would like to have this messages to be animated, right? So I think we can already see it, but let me just go ahead and open this up. So message is coming from the bottom to the top. And let me even show you the kind of like the demo application. So when you send a message, so all messages are kind of like animated for a second, right? There is this spring animation where it bounce, right? So let's refresh. Okay, on refresh we cannot really see it, but I think it's clear that messages are just so to say like animating. And for this we'll be using Framer motion. Let's go ahead and install it. I will say give me a new terminal and I'll say npm install framer dot dash motion. Okay, so this is the animation library will be that we're gonna use, and it is actually easier than you think. So we are going to loop through the messages so that we can really see messages in this order, right? We have hard-coded data for now. We will see some messages for this user and some messages from ourselves. And this is going to be under a component called animate presence, which is going to be coming from, so to say, this this package. Let's say import animate presence from Framer motion, and we will also get a motion import, which we'll be using just in a second. So this animate presence component ensures that an animation is applied when items are added or removed to a list, right? So maybe I could just leave it as a comment. Okay, so you can take a look at this comment as a reference, maybe after completing this video. And we will have our messages coming from dummy data where we will just map through it, right? I'll just get the message as well as the index and we will return something. Okay, which is going to be our JSX. So we're not going to have a basic div, but rather we will have motion.div. And this is a special div from Framer Motion that allows for animations. And this is going to be clear just in a little bit. We're going to give the content for this, but maybe before that we could really give our animations or the properties that we would need. First, let's just say the key is going to be equal to this index, and this is going to take the layout prop. So this layout, let's see what that is. If it is true, this component will automatically animate to its new position when its layout changes. So you can always learn about this when you hover over that. Then we will have the initial state, the animation state, and then the exit state. So this is how we can do with our props. Let's say initial, and let's duplicate this. We will have the animate and then the exit animation, right? Let's say exit. So in the initial state, we would like to have this opacity of 0, right? I'll just give it like this. I'll say scale would be 1 if I can type, right? Scale 1, and let's say Y position would be 50, X would be 0. Then maybe I could copy all these values, and because we're going to change those. So let's say the opacity would be 1 after it's animated, then scale would be 1, Y can go to 0, which is going to be its normal position, and we are not going to change the X position because this is going from bottom to top. We don't really need to worry about the X position. And in the exit state, we could change the opacity again to 0, scale of 1, and let's just animate it on the Y direction a tiny bit with making this Y to be 1 pixels. Then we're going to go ahead and add the transition property. So let's say transition, this is going to take another object where we say the opacity, there we go, we cannot get auto suggestions, but okay, that's fine. I'll go here and I'll say the duration would be 0.1 for the opacity. Then we're going to add the layout prop or the key, which is our object. We will say the type would be spring, and here you can see there are a bunch of different there are a bunch of different types. We're gonna go with spring, and we'll say the bounce would be 0.3. Then for the duration, we could do some math calculations. I'll just say messages dot index of message times, let's say 0.05 plus 0.2. So as the message, so how do we explain this? So as the index of message incremented, the duration will be incremented, right? So for the first message, let's say the duration will be 0.2 seconds, right? Because this would be equal to 0. The first index of message is 0. That's why this would be deleted and we would only have this. And for the next image or the next message, this would be equal to 1, right? So we would have 0.2 plus 0.05. So I hope this makes sense. The duration will just be slightly increasing for each message so that we can have that spring animation looking a little bit more better. Okay, then we will have the style, which we are going to just add the origin. We'll say origin x would be equal to 0.5, and let's duplicate this. Origin y is also going to be equal to 0.5. Okay, so here we should put a comment or a comma. Then we will add, let's also make this to be uppercase like this. Okay, then we will add the class name lastly. I'll say class name, let's call the cn function. This should be coming from the utils. So I'll just scroll a little bit, and this is first gonna take the default classes. Let's say flex column, gap of 2, padding of 4, let's say white space, pre-wrap. And now we would like to give some conditional classes, or it's going to be like changing. So I'll just put a comma and I'll go here. Let's go here. We are still in this function, right? This is the second argument that we are passing. So I'll just say if message.sender ID is equal to the current user dot ID. If this is the case, we will say this would be items end, and otherwise that would be items start. So if message is from us, we are going to see this on the right hand side, and if message is from the other user, then you would see it on this left hand side. This is what we have done. If it is from us, then the items would be at the end, right? And otherwise at the start. But what is this current user? Well, basically this is gonna be coming from just a hard-coded data. Let's say const current user. We will just say, let's say users of, let's say 1, and to duplicate this is gonna be users 0, which is going to be the selected user. Let's give a little bit space. Okay, so this is going to be our classes for this motion div. I hope this makes sense. So we have just added a couple of different states, the initial, animate, and exit. We give the transition and then the origin position, as well as a couple of classes. Then inside this, we will have another div so that we can really hold the username, the message content, and maybe the avatar. So it's going to be not username, but the avatar as well as the message content. So I'll just say div, we'll have this class name of flex, gap of 3 items, let's say would be center as well. Then we will say if message.sender ID is equal to selected user dot ID. If message is coming from the other user, then we would add this avatar. So I'll just say and render this right hand side. I'll say avatar component. Let's get this. And inside we will have the avatar image. Let me just scroll a little bit, import this. Okay, for the source, we will say selected user.image, and we can give an alt. I'll just say user image. Let's give a couple of classes. So I'll just say class name, border of 2, let's say border white, and rounded would be full. Then we'll go here for this avatar. I'll just say class name, flex, justify, center, and items also centered. Okay, so we just have the avatar for the user, and we would like to just render the message content. And now message could be an image or it could be a text. So we will just check for this. We'll say if message.message type is equal to text, and in that case we would be rendering this part, or else we would be rendering this part. If it is text, then we would have a span. Here we just say message.content. like this, and let's give a couple of classes. I'll say class name, background, accent. We would say padding of 3, rounded, MD, and we would say maximum width of X small. Okay, then if message type is not text, then it means it's going to be an image. So I'll just render an image component. I will say the source is going to be the message content, and this message content would be a URL coming from the Cloudinary, which is going to be the service that we'll be using to store our assets. Okay, for the alt, we could say just message image. Then for the classes, let's say I will scroll a little bit and then I'll say border, padding of 2, rounded, and I'll say height of 40, medium and above height would be 52, and object would be cover. Okay, so I think we can save this to get this formatting a little bit, and below this we're gonna have one more avatar, which is gonna be the last one that we really need. I'm gonna copy this, paste it, and then just change it a little bit. Okay, so we will say maybe just first save to get the formatting. I'll say if message.senderID is equal to the current user ID, which means message is sent from us, so we can change the source to be current user dot image, and the class name and alt could be the same. So let's save, and hopefully this should be working as expected. Okay, there we go. Now we have our messages. This message is coming from this user and this is going from us, right? We just see this in order. And this is because that's how we have it in the dummy messages. Let's take a look at it, right? We have the sender ID going from this user to this one, from this one to this one. It's always the same two users. That's why we see messages are alternating between these two users. Okay, so the next component we would like to build is going to be the chat bottom bar. So I'll go ahead, close this one, and navigate into this component. And this would also have some, so to say, animations. So we would be using animate presence and motion div. But first, let's give a couple of classes to this one. I will say padding of 2. This is gonna take flex, justify between, and let's say width of full, and items would be centered. Let's say items dash center, just like this, and then gap of 2. And inside, I'll go ahead and first just show an image icon. So I'll say, let's say image. This is coming from Lucid React. And instead of having it as an image, I'll just say rename this as an image icon. And the reason is because if we later in the video import the next image, the name would be crashing, right? If we delete this part, it's gonna say, hey, you cannot have both of the images. It's already identified, right? Or declared. That's why I'm just gonna make this to be renamed as image icon. Okay, I'll say image icon. Let's give the size of I don't know, let's say 20. Then you would say class name of cursor pointer, just like this. Then text muted foreground. Okay, so this is our style for the image. Now again, we will have the animate presence, and let's go ahead also import the motion. And then here we would have the motion, let's say motion.div. And again, we will have a couple of different props into this. I will say, let's say layout. This would, again, if it is true, this component will automatically animate to its new position when its layout changes. And since we just pass it like this means layout is equal to true because we didn't say layout would be false. And by default, when you pass it, this means layout is equal to true. Then again, we would have the initial, let's say opacity would be 0 and scale would be 1. Let's close this and duplicate this. We would have the animate and exit states. I'll say animate and the exit. So in the animate, we're not going to change the scale, but only the opacity. And here we would just reset it to be just like in the initial state. Then we will have the transition. So let's say opacity would be this object, duration of 0.5, and let's make sure we put this colon. Then we would have the layout so that we can give the type of string. Sorry, not string, but spring. Then we will say bounce 0 point, let's say 15. Then I think this wants us to put a comma here. Okay, this is gonna be everything that we would need for these props, and just a class name. I'll just say with, full, and relative. Okay, I think we can save this and then just put the content into it. So we'll be using a text area component. I'm not sure if we have installed it. So where is it? We already have the text area component. Let's take a look at it from the Shad UI. I'll just say text area, and this is a text area component coming from Shad UI, right? So we already installed it, and let's try to use it. So here I'll just go ahead and say text area component, like this, coming from the UI folder, and this is going to be self-closed, where we could say the autocomplete would be off, and we would say the placeholder could be, let's say, a and a smaller a, or lowercase a. For the rows, the default one would be 1, and class name, let's say with, full, border, rounded, full, flex, items, center, height 9, resize, none, overflow, hidden, bg, background, minimum height of 0, let's say. So these are going to be our classes. Let's save to maybe give a bit formatting like this. So these are going to be our, let's say, classes. What we can do is just maybe keep track of a state. So as we type into this text area, we would be keeping track of it, right? Which is going to be possible with a use state. So I'll say message, and let's say set message, which is going to be coming from a use state, and probably we should make this a client component. But maybe we don't really need it, because this component is already a client component, which is chat layout, and chat bottom bar is a child of it. So it's under the message container. So that means this is also a client component, and this is also a client component. I hope this makes sense now. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and just say the value for this would be the message, and on change we would be calling this setMessage setter function, where we pass the value into it. Then let's save if and just check what we're gonna get. Okay, there we go. We have the image icon as well as the text area. Let me just zoom in. Okay, so this is what we would like to have. Now, as we type in, we would like this image icon to disappear. So how we can do this? Well, basically, we're gonna go ahead and wrap this. Let's say message.trim, and if this is the case, then we are not gonna see this component. Or yeah, let's just see if I just, okay, so that should be maybe false, right? So it should be working now. As I type in, it's going to disappear. And why do we use trim? Is because if we put empty spaces, this is not going to work. Only if once we type in, then it actually take this as an actual character, right? Okay, so now on the right hand side, we would like to see this image or emoji picker component, and this is coming from a different package we'll be installing. So I'll go into my VS Code, open up my terminal, and then I'll just say npm install, and the package name would be @emoji, let's say -mart /data, and again the same thing, we'll say @emoji -mart /react. Okay, so we're gonna install these packages, and we would like to create a component called emoji picker, right? This is gonna install it. Let's go under the, I think we can get it under the chat, because this is the only place that will be using it. I'll say emoji picker.tsx, and this component is going to be using the popover component. Let's see what is the popover component. Popover from chatcn. Once you click a button, which would be your trigger, and it's going to open up this popover component, and I think we have already installed it. Let's take a look at it under the UI. Popover component, it's right here. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. Basically, let's just make this to be a client component, and we will say maybe RFCE to get this boilerplate. Let's give, so instead of giving anything, let's just start with this component. I'll say pop over, and let's import it from the UI. So why I cannot get it, let's say pop over coming from this UI folder, right? Inside I will have my pop over, if I can type, pop over trigger component. Then this is gonna take the smile icon. I'll say smile icon coming from Lucid React, and I'll say class name of height 5 width 5, text muted foreground, and I'll say hover state, the text would be foreground, and maybe we could give like the transition, say transition class. Okay, so what this does, you can always hover over this and just see the properties that it takes and how that works, and these classes are coming from Tailwind. Okay, so I'll just close this off, and below the popover trigger we would like to have the popover content, which is going to be the actual thing that would be displaying, right? I'll say popover content, and this is going to be our emoji picker. I'll first say class name of width full, and inside we'll just go ahead and say picker component, which is coming from our package. So I'll just say picker, let's import it manually, picker from at emoji mart, not data, but it's going to be React. And we're going to duplicate this. We will say it's going to be coming from data, which we are going to call it as data. Okay, so now we are going to be using both of these. Let's give a little bit space. I'll say picker and maybe close this off, which is going to take a couple of different properties. I'll say emoji size. Let's see if we can get auto suggestion. No, we cannot really get it, but that's fine. The emoji size would be 18. Then we can give the data. Let's pass the data, and we would say max frequent rows, which is going to be equal to 1. So at maximum, how many emojis you can select. And let's say we would like to pass the theme for this as well, which could be dark or light. We can make this to be dynamic. I'll go here and I'll just say use theme coming from next theme, which is going to give us the theme property, right? I'll just say theme, not themes, but just theme, right? And I'll say just pass the theme into it. Either would be light or a dark, I believe. Maybe we could make it explicit by typing this out just like this. Let's give a little bit space and save this, and maybe we can test this out. We cannot test this out because we haven't imported it, I believe. Let's see, below this motion div, or maybe next to this text area, we could say the emoji picker component coming from this folder, right? Let's save and test this out. So if we save, this is where it's located, but we don't really want to see it here, but instead inside this text area. So we can go ahead, cut this for a second, and just say this is going to be under a div where it's going to have these classes. Let's say absolute, it's going to have the right of 2 and then bottom of 0.5. Let's save. Hopefully it should be here. There we go. Once we click to this, we can see this, so let's say emoji picker with this dark mode. If we go into the light mode, we should be able to see it like this. And what we can do else is maybe once we click to this, nothing happens, right? It should actually update this state. So I click to this, I can't really see it. What I'll be doing is just add an onChange function. So I'll say onChange, which we are going to take the emoji or the value. We will call this, let's also close this off. I will say set message, where we just say whatever the message is, right? Just add this emoji on top of it, right? Or maybe at the bottom. So let's just say emoji, just like this. And let's give this as a prop into this emoji picker component. I'll go here. This is going to take the on change, and let's give the interface for this, which is going to be our props, right? I'll say emoji picker props. Let's go ahead and create this. I'll say interface this dude, and this is going to take the on change, where we take the emoji, which is probably type of string, right? And it doesn't really return anything. Then as we go into this picker component, as we select an emoji, we will say on emoji select. We would be calling this on change function. So I'll say we're gonna get the emoji, and we will call the on change with the emoji.native. Okay, hopefully this should be working, and let's say this emoji is gonna be type of string. And okay, so it's not really happy. Let's say this is gonna be any. Okay, so just to fix this, I don't know what the actual type is for this dude. I'll say emoji, maybe. Now here it says emoji does not exist on type. I don't know. For now, let's just go with any. Maybe we could later fix this. So yeah, it's not really important at this point. Let's delete this comma and save. So this should be working now. I'll save this one as well. Let's see. So I'll go into the dark mode, maybe. Then let's just put this. There we go. It just updates the state as we wish, right? Now what we can do else is that once we put an emoji, we would like to just focus on this text area, right? I'll go here and create a ref for this. I'll say const input ref, and I'll say this is going to be a use ref. Let's import it with HTML text area element, and let's just say the initial value would be null. And maybe we could say text area ref or input ref, doesn't really matter. I'll go with text area ref, just like this. And I'll go here. I'll say this is going to take the ref. Let's say ref and pass it. Then here I would say if there is input, the text area ref.current, then we can just focus into it. Let's see what's going to happen. If I select an emoji, it should immediately focus into this component, which is our text area. And now the very last thing we are missing in this component is a send button, right? For now we see this thumbs up, but once we type in, we see this send icon. So this is what we're going to be doing. I'll go ahead under this motion div. I'll just say maybe scroll first a little bit. Yep, I'll say message.trim. And in this case, we would be rendering this part, else we would be rendering this part. So here on the first hand side, so in the first case, we would be returning a button. Let's get it from this folder. And here we'll just have a couple of different styles. So I'll give class name, and I'll give the variant of, let's say, ghost, just like this. Then we will have the size to be icon. Alright, so we'll have our classes. Let's say height 9, width 9. In the dark mode, background could be muted. And maybe in this case, I could just grab all these and paste it. So pretty much just some classes for the dark mode specifically. And inside this button, we could give, let's say, send horizontal icon coming from Lucid React. And I'll say size would be 20. For the class name, we could say text muted foreground. Okay, so this is going to be the first button. And in the other case, I think we could just copy this one, paste it. Okay, it's already closed this off. We're going to give, let's just format this a little bit, and we're going to give, let's say, thumbs up logo or icon. I'll say thumbs up coming from Lucid React. And again, size would be 20 and the same class name. Okay, let's save and let's see what we're gonna get. Okay, if we don't really have anything into this text area, we see this button, but as we type in, then it becomes this send icon. And later in the video, if we have a loading state, this should be a loading spinner just like here. So I'll just say, hey, send the message. So we have a loading spinner for a second until message sent. So for that spinner, we can create a, let's say, hard-coded value for now. I'll say is pending. which is going to be true. And I'll just scroll below and I will say if we are not in the pending state, so if is pending false, then show this thumbs up, but else I'll duplicate this and I'll say if we are pending, then we can show a loader. I'll say loader, get this from Lucid React. Since is pending is true, we're gonna hit this line and we're gonna see, let me just refresh. So we're gonna see this icon, and what we can do is just animate this. I will say animate spin. This should hopefully just spin this. There we go. And I just want to update this state for now. It doesn't really have to be true. This is gonna be false. And later in the video, once we get into the sending messages, this would be an actual value coming from. So it's gonna be coming from our logic. I will save this file and hopefully this should be it for this chat bottom bar component as well. So with this, I think we have completed the entire UI design. What we can do at this point is just add some optimizations. The very first thing I'd like to do is just update this scroll bar. So I'll go into my VS Code, maybe close every single component and go under the source app in my global.css file. So what I'll be doing is just add some classes for my scroll bar, which I will just copy and paste. It's about 10 lines of code and I'll just paste it. So this would give us a rounded, cool looking scroll bar. And here we're using the muted and background CSS variables. So you can grab this from the GitHub repo. This is never going to change. So that's why I don't really want to type this out from scratch. Okay, if we save, hopefully we should be able to see this beautiful scroll bar that matches with our theme. And the next thing would be when we click one of these elements, we would like to just hear a click sound. So for this, we're going to go into the sidebar component. So I will just close this, let's say sidebar. And once we, maybe first let's import the sound, which is going to be coming from our hook, right? I'll say use sound, let's import it. This is going to take the path, which is /sounds under the public folder, right? We'll say mouse.click.mp3. So we'll go here and destructure this play function. I'll say play click sound. And let's see, we had a div. I said previously that we would be having an on-click event on this. So we'll say on-click. We would like to call this function where I'll just say if sound is enabled. So I'll say sound enabled, then call this play click sound. And let's import this sound enabled state. I'll say sound enabled coming from not use sound, but use preferences. Right now, if we take a look at it, we can get this auto suggestion. Okay, so let's try to test this out. I'm gonna click to this. It didn't work out. Let's click again. For some reason, it doesn't work out. Did I put it in the wrong place? So I said if sound is enabled, then play the click sound. So I think that should be working. Maybe I'll just refresh. Okay, so it doesn't work out. Let's see why this is the case. Okay, so it's because we have added this on-click into the is collapsed state. So if we go here in the collapsed state, when we click to them, it's actually gonna work, right? But in the not collapsed state, we didn't really add it, which is gonna be this button. So I'll maybe copy this on-click function and put it into this button. Let's see now, it should be working out. Okay, and we can always just shut this off, right? And we're not gonna hear that sound when we click to those. And now the very last thing I'd like to do is once I type in, I would like to hear that keyboard sound, right? We would like to have that mechanical keyboard effect as we type in. For this, I'll just go into my component, which is gonna be this bottom bar component, right? So let's think about it. How are we gonna make this happen? If we take a look at the public folder, we can see we have 4 different keystroke sounds. So as we type in, we would be calling one of them randomly, right? For each key, we're going to call one of those sounds. So first things first, we're going to go ahead and import all of them. I will say const, maybe just call it as play sound 1, and I'll say use sound, and I will just give the path. So I'll say sounds slash, I think it was 1.mp3, right? So that was the path. And I'll go ahead and duplicate this. So I think we had 4 times, right? I'll say play sound 2, let's say 3, and this is going to be 4. Let's just change the order. So 4, 3, so it was 3, oops, 2, and I think they are called as keystrokes, right? So keystroke 1, okay, let's see, keystroke like this, and we're gonna copy it and paste it like this. Okay, so we got for all of these sounds, right? We need to somehow run these functions some kind of like randomly, right? So what we can do is just first create an array. I'll just say play sound functions, and I'll just put all of them into here. I'll say play sound 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we're gonna create a function. Oops, let's go below. I'll say const play random, let's say random keystroke sound, just like this. And we're gonna get a random key first, or index. I'll say random index, we would say math dot floor and math dot random. So this is basically just gonna take a random index from this array. So that would be 0, 1, 2, or 3. Then depending on this random index, we will just play this, let's say play sound functions. We would put the random index and call the function, but we only want to call this if sound is enabled. So I'll say sound enabled, then run this right hand side. Let's get the sound enabled, coming from use preferences. Okay, there we go. I hope this makes sense now. We imported all of our sounds, put them into an array, and we're gonna call this function, which is gonna basically select one of them randomly and play that function. And we're gonna call this function as we type in into this text area. So I'm gonna cut this for a second. I'll say set messages, right? This is what we had previously, and then we'll just say play random keystroke sound. Let's save. Hopefully this should work out. For now, it's not gonna work because the sound is not enabled. Let's open this up and let's type in. There we go. It is just working as expected, and I think this is super satisfying. Okay, so this is gonna be it for the typing effect. Now, the other thing I would like to just update is gonna be under the Auth page. So let's take a look. We had an image on the right hand side, and what we can do is just add some kind of texture on top of it. So this is why we have this SVG that I have provided. Under the public, we have this noise.svg. And if you cannot really see this SVGs next to, like, if you cannot see the preview, it's because probably you don't have this extension called preview SVG. So this is what I'm using, SVG preview, and as you just select an SVG, you just see it on the right hand side. Okay, so we'll like to just use this noise SVG that would be the texture on top of our image. What I'll be doing is maybe close all those and go into the globals.css and just add a class. I'll say bg, and let me just scroll. I'll say noise, and I'll say background image would be a URL coming from the public folder where we have a noise.svg, and we're gonna be using this class in Auth page. So I'll say page, go under the Auth. We had this image here, right? So I'll just say bg noise. Let's save, and hopefully we should see this kind of like the texture. I'm not really sure if you're able to see it from the video, but I can definitely see like there is a change. So here maybe I'll put them side by side. So I will just delete this class for a second. So this is the change, right? Once I add it, and it's gonna change. So there is definitely a change like we could see. So with this, I think that's gonna be the entire UI design that we built for the Auth page and for the homepage, where we have our messages, sidebar, the resizable component. We have implemented the sound, light mode, dark mode, and everything that we would need. And next, we're going to implement authentication, and then we'll just get into the database stuff where we send message, get message, and make things in real time. And at the end, we will deploy this. So next, we will implement authentication, and I will see you in that section. Okay, so in this section, let's try to implement the authentication. So we are going to be using Kind, which is not sponsoring this video. It's just because I really like this service and it is really easy to use, and they have a really great free tier that we could use. So 10,500 monthly active users we can get for free. So if you don't already have an account, go ahead and create one. I already have, so I'll just go ahead and sign in. Then I'll create a new application. So let's wait for this to sign us in. So I just logged in and it took me to this, so to say, admin dashboard. So this is a business that I have created previously, and you can think of like a business is just an application or maybe like an organization. So we're gonna go ahead and maybe create a different one. I'll just say switch business. So these are all the things that I have created previously. In your case, you might not have any of those. So just say add business and put your business name. So I'll just say Redis chat app, and we can't really put hyphens, I believe, so I'll just put them as a one word. I'll say Redis chat app, and let's say region is going to be Europe, which is the closest one to me. You can really choose any of those. Then let's say save. Hopefully this should save it and ask us a couple of different questions. Okay, so it has been created. Where is it? It is this one. Let's click to it. So it redirects me to this page where I want to start a project from scratch. So I'll just say next. And again, this is going to take a little bit of time. There we go. Our application is going to be Next.js. Let's say next. And then, okay, so we can add any of those. So we have lots of different options. I'll go with email, and let's say Google login. You can select any of those, but I think these are fine to just get started with. I'll say next. And then it's going to ask us to just complete this setup. So I'll say connect your Next.js code base. Let's say connect. And it should really give us all the instruction. So we're going to get this one. First, we need to really get the Next.js SDK as a dependency. So I'll go into my VS Code, maybe close all these, shrink this, open up a new terminal, and let's paste it. So this is going to install the package, and let's see what we're going to need next. It says add all of them to your .env.local file. So I'm going to go ahead and maybe open my VS Code. So this takes a little bit of time to install. While it's been installed, let's create this file .env.local. Then paste this kind environment variables. Let's save and let's see what's going to be the next step. So it says you should create an API endpoint. So under the source, under the app, we need to create this API folder, then the auth folder and kind auth folder. Let me just zoom in. Okay, we need to create all these folders and finally this file. So what I'll be doing is just copy this, then go into my VS Code, under the source, under the app. I will say create a new file. Okay, not folder, but just file, because if we paste a route like this and press enter, it's going to create all those folders, and at the end it's going to create the file. Right now we have not the app, so there is a mistake here. Maybe we should delete all of them. I did a mistake. Let's say delete all of them. Okay, so let's say delete permanently, and what we should be doing is actually taking it from here, right? Under the app, we're going to create this route. So let's try this again. Under the app, let's say new file, and we're going to paste this, which is going to create this API folder, the auth folder, and then this dynamic kind auth folder, right? Then route.ts, not JS, because we're using TypeScript. Then let's get the content. I will copy this and paste it. So this will basically create all the endpoints that you would need for the authentication. So let's say it's going to create the API auth, let's say sign up or login, right? Or let's say logout. So anything that you can imagine, or maybe setup, this will handle all of them. So you don't really need to worry about this. And so this is going to be this file content. Let's see, what do we need to do else? Now we can really just consume this. So we have login link and register link. Let's take a look at this page that we have created. I'll just say auth. So we had two different buttons, if you really remember, right? Sign up and login. So let's take a look at this component. I'll go into the VS Code. Let's close these maybe, right? We had this page under the auth folder. Okay, this is our auth page, I believe. We had the auth buttons. Let's click it. Then we have this sign up button and login button. What we're going to do is actually wrap them with these components that are coming from kind. So for this, maybe I'll just say I'd like to get the register link. Let's wrap this button with it. Then we can give some classes. I'll just say class name, maybe flags of 1, so that it takes the entire space. Then do the same thing for this one. I'll just say this is going to be the login link, and wrap this, let's say class name is going to be flex1. And let me just zoom in maybe one more level so that it is really clear, so you don't really need to zoom in, right? Okay, let's try to see what this does. Basically, once you click to this button, it's going to try to log you in. Okay, hopefully this is gonna work. I'll just say login. This should take me to the kind auth page. I'll just wait for this a little bit. There we go. So we are in the auth page. Now what we can do is when we click to it, it just takes a little bit of time, right? So right now it's really, so it's say fast, but let's say sign up. While it loads, maybe we could make this button to be disabled. For this, I'll create a state, and to be able to create a state, we need to mark this as, let's say, use client, right? Then I'll go here, I'll say const is loading, let's say, set is not login, my bad, let's say is loading, set is loading, and by default this would be false. Once we click to one of these buttons, we would just update the state. So I'll just say on click, where I'll be calling this function, let's say set is loading to be true, right? I'll do the exact same thing for this dude. And what we can do now is just say this button would be disabled if we are in the loading state. So I'll say disabled if we are loading. So I'll say is loading, just like this. Then let's do the same thing for this button. And okay, I think this is a better UI experience. So when you click to it, so it didn't work out for some reason because it didn't refresh. Let's try to do this once again. Okay, here you can see they are just disabled until it loads this page. So I don't have an account, so let's say create one, and I will log in with my Google account. So in this Google browser, I just only have one Google account. That's why it just immediately logged me in. But why do we see 404 page? It's because it took us to the dashboard page. And like why did this happen, right? It's because in .env file, we have this, so to say, environment variable that says, once user login, redirect them back to the dashboard page. But we don't really have the dashboard page. What we can do is just create a different page. And that page is going to be called as auth/callback. And you're going to see why do we need this page. For now, let's create it. I will go into the auth. So we already have the callback page. So I think we have created at the very beginning of the tutorial. I even forgot that we had this page, but okay, so this is what we have created, right? Once we log in, it should redirect us to this page. Let's try to do this all over again. I'll go into the auth page. I'll just say login, and then I will select my Google account. So even before I select it, it just took me to this page because I already signed up with this Google account, right? Okay, so it took us to this auth callback page. And what are we going to do in this page? So for this, I just prepared a bit of diagram. So let's go ahead and try to understand. So this is the current state of our application. Let's say we have a user that wants to sign up. It says to Kind, hey Kind, could you please sign me up, right? And Kind says, yes, I could definitely do so, but I cannot save you into database because you don't have a database and I don't really care about this at this point. All I do is just save you or authenticate you, and I'm gonna save you in my own dashboard. So let's take a look at it. Under the users, this is the user account that just has been created because I just signed up. What we need to do is also save this user to the database. And we are going to be doing this operation when we take this user to this Auth callback page. User will be on this page for, let's say, for 2 seconds, and at that point we would be saving that to the database, and then we will redirect them back to the home page. So this is how it's gonna look like. User will say, hey, I want to sign up. Then Kind will do the magic. Then Kind will take the user to the Auth callback page. And in this page, we will implement a logic where we say, is user trying to sign up or are they trying to log in? And we can determine this if we don't already have the user in the database. That means user is trying to sign up. And for the first time, we're going to save them to our database, right? Let's say DB, we're going to save it there. Then we will redirect user to the home page. But if user is logging in, that means we already saved it. So this is their not first time being in our platform. So we can just immediately redirect them back to the home page. So I hope this makes sense. After user authenticate, Kind will take them to the Auth callback page. And this page, we will determine if user is trying to sign up or log in. Depending on that, we will save this user to the database and then redirect to the home page. Let's build the UI just for a second for this page. Then we will go ahead and actually create our database, which is going to be Redis, and we're going to be talking about this in detail. Okay, so this is the Auth callback page. Let's go ahead and see that page. Where is it? It is this one. Let's close these and just build the UI pretty quickly. So I will delete this content, maybe kill the sidebar with Control B, and I'll say class name margin top of 20 with full flex justify center. Just like this. Then we will have a div again with a couple of classes, flex column, items center, and let's say gap of 2. So this is pretty basic. That's why I'm trying to just speed run this. We're gonna get the loader component or the icon, and I'll just say class name is gonna be width 10, height 10, animate spin. Let's say text muted foreground, and we can close this off. Below this, we will have an H3 that says redirecting. Let's say redirecting, and we can put maybe 3 dots. Let's say class name is going to be text x large font bold, and below this we could say please wait, and let's put maybe 3 dots, or maybe we don't really even need it. Okay, let's save. This should be the UI. Let's zoom out a little bit, and hopefully it's going to refresh, and there we go. Once user comes into this page, we're gonna have this loading state for a second until we do this check. So until we determine and save the user to the database, then we will take the user to the home page actually, right? Okay, so this is gonna be the logic, and let's first try to initialize the database, which is gonna be Redis. So before we write any code, let's just talk about the Redis and just understand what are the advantages and disadvantages of it. So basically, Redis is a database. Now you might be mind blown, right? No, not really. You already know it is a database. But what kind of database? Well, it is a NoSQL database, but it has nothing to do with something like MongoDB, because Redis doesn't have any idea about tables or collections. It is just pure key value pairs, right? You can think of it like a huge JSON object. And to give an example, we have this key and value pair, job is equal to developer. And we're going to see a lot of different examples later in the video. Okay, so let's take a look at the Redis and the traditional databases. So Redis runs on RAM and these runs on disk, and which means Redis operations performed in microseconds while these are performed in milliseconds, right? Micro to milli. Really, it just makes the Redis to be 100 to 1000 times faster when it comes to the read operations. And when it comes to write operations, it would take about 10 to 100 times faster, right? So I believe these are rough estimations, but running on RAM is really a lot faster than running on disk. And let's talk about the advantages. So advantages of Redis is that it's extremely fast and performant. It has a simple API, easy to use commands. Then the advantages of the traditional databases, or let's say SQL or NoSQL databases, right? You can do complex queries, joins, etc. And this is cost effective because disk is really cheap to, when it is compared to RAM. When it comes to the disadvantages, Redis is gonna be volatile. That means if in any case your server crashes, you might lost all your data if you are not backing it up consistently. And there are ways to back it up, but that would be a little bit complicated. You should just have an idea how to do so. Then when it comes to the cost, it's gonna be more expensive than the disk, especially for large scale deployments. And the disadvantages of the traditional databases, right, is that the performance, it is not going to be as fast as Redis, and it's going to require regular maintenance. So backups, indexing, query optimization, and a lot more. So you might be asking when to use which database then. So it is no brainer that you would be using Redis for caching, where you have things that you access a lot or things that take a long to compute. You would be storing them in your cache so that it's extremely easy to access and read that data. And when it comes to your persistent data, you would be storing them in Postgres, MySQL, or MongoDB, right? Or really any other database than Redis. So this is the general overview of Redis, right? How it compares, what that is, what you should know about that. And we'll be using Redis as our primary database in this video because we just try to focus on Redis and understand everything about it and just get our hands dirty with it. So we're gonna store all of our users, messages, and conversations in this database, and you're gonna see different data structures that it has, such as hashes, sets, sorted sets, and maybe a couple of different data structures. So I hope now you have a better understanding of Redis, at least conceptually. Now we'd like to have some kind of provider that would give us a Redis database that we can connect to. And for that, we will be using Upstash. So visit upstash.com where you can create an account for free, and they also have a free tier that we will be using in this video. So it's the serverless data platform where they provide Redis, vector database, QStash, Kafka, and I think a bunch of different services. Let's go ahead and try to log in. So this is my dashboard. I am logged in with my test GitHub account. So I'll just say create a database and let's give it a name. I'll just say Redis, maybe chat app. So for the primary region, let's just say Germany, which is the closest one to me. Then I think we could just say next for this. And we'll be using the free plan. Let's say create. And okay, so this is what we have. It is up and running where we can connect to our database with Node.js. Maybe we can go ahead, get the REST API from the .env. We have the Upstash Redis REST URL. Let me just zoom in, and we have the REST token. So let's copy this, even though it is censored. Once you copy it, it'll be fine, right? I'll go into the .env file and maybe at the very bottom, just paste it. So there we go. We got the REST URL and REST token. Now we need to import a package. And maybe before that, we can go under the lib and just say db.ts. And as I said, we need to import a package. So I'll just say npm install and maybe kill the sidebar. I'll say at upstash /redis. Okay, this is going to give us the package. It's going to install it in the background while we can go ahead and import the Redis from, let's say, Upstash at Upstash Redis. Okay, so what we can do is just create a constant. You can call it as db. I'll go with Redis just to make it a little bit clear in this tutorial. I'll say Redis and put this object into it. And this is going to take the URL, which I'll just say process.env, and let's see how did we call it. At this point, I just like to put them side by side so that I can copy it and paste it so that I don't really have any typos. Okay, just like this, we have the Upstash Redis REST URL. Let's put a comma and then get the token. There we go. I'm gonna go ahead, copy this name, and I'll say process.env and then paste this. Okay, hopefully this should be it for our configuration. Now we can really use our database. Now maybe we could test this out for a second. I'll go into the, let's say, home page. And now, as I said, everything is a key value pair. So let's just try to set something, right? I'll just say this is going to be an async function because we are on the server. I'll say, let's say await. Let's import the Redis from lib and db file. I will say set and our key and value. So I'll just say, and I have a typo, let's say redis.set. This is going to be our key, and then we're going to put the value. Now let's save and just try to see what we're gonna get. If we visit the home page, then that function will run, hopefully. And let's go here under the data browser. Okay, so we got this foo key where the value is a bar, and this is type of string, right? Let's try to get this. I can say const data, where I'll be saying await redis.get food. I'll pass the key and hopefully it should give me the value. I'll say data, maybe make it like this so that I can really see it on the console. Maybe we can really call it as foo value, or let's say foo key and value, right? The value would be bar. So I'm gonna first of all maybe comment this so that we don't really run this command again because we already have it in the database. So I'll go ahead, refresh this page. Okay, now let's take a look at in our console. So why didn't we get this? Maybe we should refresh this again. Okay, so for some reason it didn't really fetch it. So we have await redis.get, we have this foo, which is our key. Let's see why this is the case. I'm sure we already have it, right? Let's refresh. There we go. So this should be in our console. Just refresh again. Oh, okay, so because I didn't scroll to the very bottom, there we go. We have the foo key and value is equal to bar. Oh, okay, so sorry about that. I was too idiot to scroll, but anyways, so we just got the value. That means we can set it, read it, but this is really basic. We're not going to be setting key value pairs for strings. We would be doing a lot of different things, right? We are going to save the user, and this would be happen in the callback page. So let's visit that page, which is Auth callback. Once user is in this page, we're going to say, hey, let's try to sign the user up in our database. So that means we're going to save the user to our database. Okay, I hope this makes sense. Now for the data fetching and maybe mutations, we're going to be using the 10-stack query. So I used it already in my lots of different videos. If you're first time using it, I'll try to explain it as beginner friendly as possible. So this is going to be under our components, under the providers. Let's first create a file and then I'll try to explain. I'll say 10-stack provider.tsx, and we need to import a package for this as well. I'll just say npm install or npm I, let's say add 10-stack / react query. So you don't really want to write use effects when you try to fetch data. You'd like to use some kind of package like React Query, which is really the standard nowadays. And it's going to do everything that you would need about data fetching or mutations. It's going to give you the caching options, deduping, and like everything that you could really imagine. So I'll go here, and first we need to create a provider. So this is going to be marked as use client. Then we need to get the query client. Let's just say import query client from, let's say, add 10-stack React query. Then we need to get another thing. Let's go here. It's going to be query client provider. Okay, So we're going to be using this just in a second. First, what we need to do is create a query client. We're going to call this class. It's going to just instantiate for us. Then we'll say const 10 stack provider, and it's going to take the children. So this is just a wrapper that we're going to wrap our application with it. So I'll say return, and we're going to return this part. So I'll say query client provider, pass the client into it, and we're going to wrap our children with it. And let's go ahead, maybe say export default this provider, and let's make the TypeScript happy, where we'll just say the children will be React Node. Okay, there we go. So you're gonna see what this does if you haven't seen this before, but basically we just create this query client and we're gonna wrap our application with this provider so that we can really use every function that is coming from this package. Okay, so this is gonna make a lot of sense, I promise. Let's go under the layout where we have the children. We can really wrap this with it. I'll say 10 stack provider, there we go, and I'm gonna wrap the children with it and just make sure that this is coming from the providers that we have created. So I'm gonna save this file and we're gonna try to actually use this. So when you want to fetch some data, then you would be using use query function or hook coming from 10 stack. And if you want to, let's say, delete or update, or let's say create, which are called as mutation, then you would be using the use mutation function or hook coming from 10 stack. And we're going to be using, I think, a mutation here, or maybe we can use the use query. We'll just see this in a second. Let's try to create an action. So under the source, I'll just say actions, which is a folder that will hold our server actions. And I'll explain what is a server action just in a second. Let's say auth.actions.ts. So a server action is just a function that would run on the server, and you need to make sure that it is running on the server so that you don't really leak any important information or sensitive information. So you would say use server, that is going to just make sure this code runs on the server. So in this auth action file, we're going to try to just check the auth status. And this is how we can do so. I'll say export async function check, let's just make it to be lowercase, check auth status. So as I said, it is just a function that would run on the server, and we are exporting this because we'll be using it in the auth callback page. Here I will just say get kind server session. So this is how easy it is to get the user on the server with kind. I'll say const get user, which is a function that we will call just in a second. Let's say const user and await this, await get user. So if we don't have a user, then we can just say let's say return success would be false, right? But if we have a user, then we're gonna check if this user is in our database, because this user currently is coming from kind, right? It just gives us this user just authenticated. So how are we going to store the users? Let's take a look at it in a diagram, then come back to this page and try to really write our code. Now, as you can imagine, in this application, we're going to have users, messages, and conversations. We're going to take a look at these later. For now, let's focus on the users. So how are we going to store the users? Well, for this, we'll be using a hash data structure or data type. And it is really similar to a JavaScript object conceptually, where you have a key, right? Then it is a collection of key value pairs. So we have a user that has the name of John, age of 25, and has license of true. So this is what we're going to try to do really. We're going to store the user ID as the key, and for the value, we're going to have a collection of key value pairs. But now there is one kind of issue with this. When you take a look at this, or when you take a look at this key, you can't really understand this is a user document. So this is why in Redis we have this idea of namespaces, where you don't really store the ID just itself, but you prefix it with the kind of like the table name. So let's say user, right? Then user ID, then the actual value. So I hope this makes sense now. Even though we don't really have any tables or collections, with this namespacing, we can really understand, okay, this is a user document. So when we query this, we will just say, give us maybe all the users, and we can say, let's say user, right? Then we can just put these two colon, then a asterisk. So this would say give us all users. But if we didn't have this, then I think there would be no chance to find all users in our database. I hope this makes sense now. This namespaces is something really important concept, and it's actually really fundamental concept that you should know. Then let's say later in the video, we're gonna create some messages, right? And at that case, we can create, maybe just take this, right? Duplicate it. We will have the message and then the message ID. If I can take this, there we go. Now this is our another namespace, and then we can store the message value here. Okay, so for the conversations, we would be doing the same thing, and with the help of this namespaces, we can really differentiate all of our values. So this is what we're gonna be doing. We'll have the user, right? Colon, and then the user ID. Okay, so we're gonna go here and let's say const user ID, and I'll say just backticks user and put this colon, and we'll say user.id. And again, namespaces are really important to understand in Redis. Okay, and this has been explained in the diagram so that you can really take a look at that part of the video if you forget that later, you know. Okay, so we got the user ID, and we need to check if this user is existed in our database. So I'll say const, maybe we could say existing user, and we will say await Redis. Let's import this Redis instance that we have created, and we will say hash get all. So this get all will make sure that you're gonna get all the properties on this user. So that would be, let's say, the name, the age, and then all the other fields that this user has. And for the key, we are gonna pass the user ID. So we just got the existing user. So we will say if there is not existing user in our database, and let's say if object.keys of existing user length is equal to 0. So this shouldn't really confuse you. This basically checks if this is returning null or not. If this object is empty, then it means this user is not in our database. Then we can really sign this user up. So I'll go ahead and just say this is the sign up case because user is visiting our platform for the first time, right? Then let's scroll a little bit and we will do the logic. So I'll say await Redis dot hash set. So we're gonna set something into this hash where the key will be the user ID, and then we're gonna pass the data, right? So we are gonna have this object. I will say ID would be equal to user ID, and we have the email. Let's say, okay, if I can see this, user.email, which is coming from kind, and we can have the name. So what I'll be doing is just create a backticks, and I will say this user.given name, give a bit space, and do the same thing with family name. Okay, so that would be like John Doe. And then we're gonna get the image. Oops, I have 2 comma. So I'll say image. Now, what happens if user doesn't have an image, right? In that case, we could really leave it as an empty string. So for now, I'll say user.picture. And if user doesn't have a picture, then kind stores it in this kind of like gravatar.com / something something, right? Then I'll just check for this. I will say const image is null. I'll say user.picture.includes gravatar. So this is something that I have tested out previously. I just wanted to learn what it stores if user doesn't have an image. So kind stores it as a gravatar, which is really an empty image. And I'll say const image. I'll say if image is null, then we're gonna store it as an empty string, but otherwise we're gonna say user.picture. Okay, And you're gonna see why do we store this as an empty string. I'll explain this later in the video once we use this image. So for this value, we can say use the image. So I hope this makes sense now. And we're gonna go ahead, just say return success, not super, but let's say success is gonna be equal to true. You can also return the user, but I'm not gonna do so. So what we have done here is the exact same diagram that I have explained. So let's take a look at it. So it is this one, right? User signed up. We take them to this Auth callback page. Now we are checking if they are signed up or if they are signing up or if we are logging them in. In the sign up case, we hit this if check, but else we just return the success as true. So we're going to go into this callback page and really call that query, which is going to be our server action. So I'll say const data, and this is going to be coming from use query hook. So this takes an object where we pass the query key. So you would use this query key for the caching purposes or revalidation. If we use this, I'll try to explain this. For now, just know that this is not important in our case. But if you would be trying to update your cache, you would definitely be using this query key. And I have explained these in my previous videos. If you have watched them, you just know what this does. So let's say query function, and this is going to be an async function that would be calling our server action. So I'll say await check auth status. Okay, so we're going to call this function. What it says. Okay, so here it says you're calling this in a server component. Let's go ahead and mark this as use client. Use client, just like this, and it should be happy with us. Let's see, it's gonna take a little bit of time, but maybe I should just say Control-Shift-P, reload window. Sometimes VS Code, just gets buggy a little bit. Hopefully this should work out. Okay, so what we're gonna do is if we have the success case, I'll say data.success, which should be type safe, by the way. We're gonna say we would like to take the user to the home page. So I'll say router.push. Let's import the router, and we still have this issue, which I'll take a look at it. Oh, okay, so it just says this should start with an uppercase value, right? I didn't even read the error message. That's why I got that warning, but we should also add this, otherwise it's not going to work. So if you delete this, this would still throw an error because you're using a hook in a server component, which is not really possible, at least at this point in time. So let's get the router. Let's say const router coming from use router from next navigation. Okay, let's give a little bit of space, and we'll say if it is the success case, then we can say router.push the user to the home page. And let's try to do this all over again. Hopefully everything should be working fine. I'm gonna delete this, save this. Let's try to authenticate. I'll go into the Auth page, and let's take a look at in our database. We don't really have anything other than this foo, and let's delete that as well. I'll just say flush all and just press enter. Okay, here it says okay. Let's take a look at it, refresh. We don't really have anything, and maybe we can just close this as well. Let's say delete, refresh. Okay, I don't know why this doesn't go, but let's say refresh this page. Okay, we don't really have anything in our database. So I'll try to log in, or maybe let's try to sign up. I'll say continue with Google. Okay, so it is redirecting me, and there we go. Now we are in the home page. If we go ahead and refresh this data browser, there we go. We have a user hash where this is the user with the ID that is coming from kind. Then we store the values, email, name, image, and ID. So this is really what we have implemented, right? This mess is what we have done. So let me just delete all those maybe, or maybe we don't really need it, but user authenticated under the Auth callback page. We signed them up. Now they are redirected to the home page. Now, if they want to log in, we are going to see that user is already in our database. So we will hit this part and just take them to the home page. In our code base, in the action, we are not going to hit this if check because we would be having an existing user. I hope this makes sense, but yeah, this is really something important to understand, to have this auth callbacks to be able to onboard your users. So I think that would be the entire authentication setup, where we just explained this in super detail, learned about the Redis alphabet, and we have this hash data structure where we store the user. And next we can, I think, send messages, or maybe even before that we would get all the users in our database so that we can show them in this sidebar. So that's gonna be next. Okay, so in this section, we would like to fetch all the users in our database so that we can show them in this sidebar component. But before that, I just want to do a little bit of optimizations pretty quickly. Currently, I am authenticated, but I can still visit the auth page, right? I shouldn't be able to see this page if I am not authenticated. So let's try to fix this. I'll go into the auth page. Where is it? Okay, it's this one. I'll scroll to the top and I'll say async page. Not like this, obviously. This should be up here, and I will say const, let's get the is authenticated field from get kind server session, and we will say if await is authenticated, which is a function that we should be calling. If this is the case, then we can just say return redirect, which is coming from next navigation. We're gonna take the user to the home page. Let's try to visit this page. Let's refresh. We are authenticated. We cannot really see that page. Let's try to do so again. There we go. There is no way that I can go to the auth page. We can do the same thing for the home page. If I am unauthenticated, I shouldn't be able to visit that page. So this is the home page. I will get the exact same two lines maybe. Let's copy it, paste it here. I'll say give me this import and give me this import, and I will say if it is not authenticated. And to be able to make this happen, I think we need to wrap this with parentheses, just like this, right? If user is not authenticated, then let's redirect them to the home page. And I think I did a mistake. We shouldn't be importing this from next this, but it should be coming from next navigation. In this case, we will take the user to the auth page. Okay, since currently we are authenticated, we are not gonna see the auth page, but that would be working and we can test this out. And let's actually do it really quickly. I'll go into the sidebar component where we have the logout button, which is just an icon for now. What I'll be doing is just wrap it with logout link coming from kind. Let's wrap it like this. If we click to this, we should be able to log out. I'm gonna click it, and on the left hand side you can see like we have this endpoint that we're gonna hit, API auth logout. So this will take a little bit, and there we go. Now I shouldn't be able to visit the homepage. It just takes me to the auth page immediately. Okay, let's try to log in and try to implement this fetching users for the sidebar component. So this component is, I think, a client component, is because we're using this hooks, and this is being populated in the chat layout component, right? So we have the sidebar here, which is a client component. What can we do is save this, get this users in the backend. I will kill all those, go to the home page, and we're gonna store users here, pass it to this chat layout component, and from this we can pass it to the sidebar component, right? So this is what I'll be doing. Just create a function. Let's kill the sidebar so that we can have a little bit space. I'll say async function get users, which is gonna return a promise, which is the type of user. And we're gonna create this user type. It shouldn't be coming from dummy data. Okay, so this is what we have used previously. I think this is matching with the actual data we are having in the database, right? So we have the ID, name, email, and image. So I think it is completely fine to use this interface, right? So this is what we are storing in our database. So this is what I'll be doing. Here we say if we resolve, we return an array of users from this function. And this is going to be looking a little bit weird at first, but I promise this is going to make sense. So let's say const user keys, which is going to be an array of string. So I'll say keys, let's say string, and by default, this is going to be an empty array. Then let's say let cursor is going to be equal to 0. So basically, we would like to scan through each user in our database. So we're going to have a loop called do while. It's been months that I haven't been using this do while loop, but it's time to use it in this project. So I'll say cursor, if it is not equal to 0, then do this logic. We will say const next cursor, and we're going to get the keys, which is going to be coming from this function. Let's say Redis, import the Redis dot scan, and this function will take the cursor as the first argument. Then this is going to take an object. Let's maybe give a little bit space. Okay, so we're going to scan through each element that is starting with or maybe matching with user. And this is what I have shown previously. We're going to just try to get all users in the database. So that's why we put this wildcard, but we'll say if the type is equal to hash, because we might be storing a user, not the hash, but maybe, I don't know, maybe just a string or maybe sorted set. We only care about the type of hash because this is what we are storing for a user. Here you can see it is a hash where we have the user document. So we're going to get every single user, and we can say count of maybe 1000. So at every scan, we would be getting this number of users. Even though we have only one user in the database, we can put a value like this. Maybe I'll go with 100 at this case. So I'll say cursor, we're going to update it. Let's say this is going to be the next cursor, and it will say user keys dot push every single key. So this is going to get keys of each user, right? Let's say we have a user of, I don't know, with the ID of 1, 2, 3. Then we have another user with these IDs, then this ID. So this is going to give us all the IDs and put it into this array. And from this array, we're going to be sending a request for each of these keys so that we can get the value. I hope this makes sense. We're going to see this just in a second. I will say const pipeline. Maybe this should be lowercase all, and I'll say Redis pipeline, and we'll say user keys. For each key, we would like to call this pipeline hash get all and pass the key. So this is going to give us the user document for each of them. Then we would say const results, and I'll say await pipeline dot execute. Call this, okay, and let's just make this to be type safe, or maybe we would typecast this. I'll say as array of users. Now what I want to do is that on the sidebar component, I don't really want to see myself. I want to fetch every single users in the database, but not myself. So you can really skip that, but this is what I'd like to do. I'll say const, first let's get the current user. I'll say get user, get kind server session, and let's get the user. I'm going to call it as current user so that my code is a little bit more readable. Then under this results, I will say const, let's create an users array, type of users, like this. Initially, it's going to be an empty array. Then I'll say for loop, right? For const, let's say user of results. So each result would be a user object basically, or a document. So I'll say if user.id is not equal to the current user ID, then we can push this user to our array. So I'll say users.push the user into it. Then eventually we will try to return these users. And let's just put it like this so that we don't really get errors from TypeScript. Okay, so that was a lot of code, but hopefully this makes sense now. We are scanning through each user document. We're getting their IDs. And from these IDs, we are trying to just fetch their profiles, right? And we exclude the current user. So so that we don't really see ourselves on the sidebar, and we return these users. What we're going to do is call this function. Here I'll say const users await get users, and then we're going to pass it into the chat layout as a prop. So I'll say users and pass this. At first, this is not going to really be happy with us. Let's go ahead and grab this. I will say you're taking a users array, which is type of user. Let's import the type. I'll go ahead and just say, give me the users. And from this component, we would be taking this and pass it into the sidebar. So there might be a better way of doing this. Maybe you don't really want to pass this like from the homepage to the chat layout, from the chat layout to the sidebar, but I think it is just 2 times and it's only once in our application. So I think it is completely fine to do so. It is not a bad practice. At least this is what I think. I'll go into the sidebar component and let's get it. Users, let's say it's going to be array of users, and let's get this dude. Users like this. Import this type. Okay, so what do we have in this component? Instead of these users, which is the hard-coded data, I'll be calling the users actually, which are coming from my database. Let's save all these pages or files. Let's see what we're gonna get. Okay, there we go. We cannot see anything. It's because we only have one user. It is us, and we excluded that. So if I go into my code base and if I delete this part, right? Yeah, so let's delete this part actually. Now this should be fetching ourselves as well, but we don't really want to see ourselves here. If you really want to, you can keep it. Maybe this is what I'll be doing for now. I'm gonna comment this out so we don't exclude it. We just push all the users into this array and return it. And now since we only have one account, let me just go ahead and create another one. So this is a different Google Chrome browser. I'll just try to sign up. Let's see what's gonna happen. Okay, it takes a little bit of time. Let's say continue with Google. Hopefully it should log me in immediately. Okay, redirecting. There we go. We get the ourselves and then the other user. Let's go into the dark mode. Let's take a look at in our database. We should be able to have 2 different users. So here it updated, but we need to click to this so that we can see the latest user, which is this one. There we go. It is also being saved under a hash. This is the ID of that user, and we can really fetch all users. If I refresh this page, I should be able to see the other user as well. Now what I want to do is when I click to this, it's going to select that user. Currently, this is a hard-coded value, and we can do so again by using the ZooStand. I'll go into the VS Code. Where is it? Okay, in my VS Code, I'll just say maybe under the store, I will say use selected user.ts. So here in this component, again, I would be getting the create function from ZooStand, and I will say export, maybe give a little bit space, const use selected user, and I'll say create. Let's just say this is going to take the set, and we would like to return an object, which is going to be our initial state. Let's say selected user would be null, right? Then we would have the setter function. Let's say set selected user, where we will get the user document or the user itself, and then just set that state. Now it says what is the type for this. Let's say this could be either the user type or this could be null. Now why this could be null is because if we click to this, we're gonna just reset this state. That means there is not gonna be any selected users or a user, right? In that case, this is gonna take the null. And I think we'll just see this in a second. For now, let's say type selected user state, or maybe you could say type, I don't know. We'll go here, let's say selected user. This could be either user or null, and the signature for this function. Okay, hopefully we can use this by passing it here. Let's say selected user state. So with the help of this, we can get the auto suggestions in our code. We're gonna go into the chat top bar component where we got the selected user as hard-coded data. Let's delete this. I will say use selected user, right? This is gonna give us the selected user. There we go. And what we're gonna say, if the selected user is null, it is gonna say you cannot get the image on the null object. So we're gonna put this optional chaining, and it's gonna be happy with us. Now we can delete this hard-coded data. There we go. Let's save. Now, actually there are no users selected, but we still see this part is because in the, I think, chat layout. Okay, so we are only going to show this if there is a selected user. And if there is not a selected user, then we would be showing this part, right? So this is what we're going to see if there are no selected users. Let's try to do so. I'll say const selected user, use selected user, just like this. This is going to give us the global state. Let's scroll and just cut this for a second. I'll say if there are no selected users, then you can render this hard-coded value, which is our placeholder. And if we have a selected user, then could you please render this part? Okay, so I'll just refresh to have a clean state. If I click to this, nothing happens because we didn't set the state for it. But for now, the selected user is empty and we can see this component. Let's see, when we click to this, we would like to update the state. So I hope I am going a bit slow and you can follow along, but this is not really anything complicated. We just have a global state. We update it depending on, so to say, depending on the actions, and depending on the state, we update the UI. Currently, in the initial state, it is null, right? Selected user is null, so that we see this part. Okay, anyways, let's go into the sidebar component. When I click to any of those, let's say on click, we can update the state. I will say use selected user, which is going to give me the setter function. I'll say const set selected user, and here I can go ahead and just say set selected user is going to be equal to this user that I am mapping. And I can delete this selected user hard-coded value and actually grab it from my hook. And let's see, where are we using this? So we check for the email. Let's put a question mark here. If this is the case, then we just add a couple of different classes. And let's see, do we using it in any other place? I think we don't. So what we have done is that when we click to this div, we would be updating the state with it in the collapsed case. And let's add it to this one as well. Here I will be adding it. Okay, so now even if we are collapsed, when we click to it, it should update the state. Let's click to it again. There we go. Now if we go here and click to this, it would still update the state, right? There we go. I'll refresh. By default, we are not going to have anything. So it is null. We see this part. Let me just zoom in. If we click to one of those, it's going to update the state with it. There we go. Now, when we click to this, we can update the state to be null. Let's see, under the top bar component, on this X icon, I will say on click. Let's call the set selected function. There we go. And we'll just set this to be null, just like this. So let's refresh maybe. I'll click to this one, state is null. And one more optimization that we could do, if we press escape key, it should maybe just set this state to be null. And we can do this by using a use effect. So for this, I'll be visiting the message container component, and here I will have a use effect. Let's give a bit space. I'll say use effect, call this on the initial mount. Then we will say document.add event listener where the key is down. And in this case, we would say handle escape, right? If I can type correctly, let's say escape, just like this. Let's try to create this function. I'll be taking this up here. I'll say const handle escape. We're going to take the event, which is a keyboard event, and I will say, let's say if e.key is equal to escape, then we can set selected user to be null. Let's get this from the use selected user hook. Okay, just like this. Let's give a little bit space so that it is readable. Then we can optimize this with the cleanup function so that we don't really have this event listener multiple times on the screen. I will say, in this case, we can just say document.remove event listener and just pass it just like what we have done above. So here it says you should add the set selected user, and I think this should be working fine. Let's save and test this out. Okay, so I'll just refresh the page. I will click to this user, state has been updated. I'll click to this one, and if I press escape, there we go. I'll click to this, press escape, it just update this state to be null. So that's why we said that this set selected user function can take actual null value. And I hope this makes sense at this point. Okay, so now we can fetch users and display them on the sidebar. What we can do is also update this state. I will go into the sidebar component. So we have this logout section where we have the username as John Doe, which is hard-coded value. We can get this value from kind. And since we are in a client component, we cannot really use the kind, let's say kind get server session. So we cannot use this function because we are not on the server, we are on the client. What we can do is actually get this hook, use kind, let's see where that is, maybe use browser. Okay, I cannot get the auto suggestion, and I think it is called as use kind browser, not auth but client. So this is going to give you the user on the client. Let's say const, you would be giving me the user. Let's try to import this. I will say import, okay, maybe coming from this package, not from the client but just from this package. There we go. Now if you delete this, press Control space, you can get all the auto suggested values, and we would like to get the user. So I will scroll to the bottom where we have this p tag. I will say just show the user.name, and we don't really need to have this, but instead of name, I think we had the given name and then the family name. So I'll say given name, maybe give a bit space and then the family name, which is going to give us, let's see, it's going to refresh, and come on, it didn't give us. Okay, there we go. So we just got the entire name. Since it takes a little bit time to load, we just see nothing, but then we see the name. So we can put maybe some kind of loading state, but for now it is fine. Let's just skip that. And let's try to show the user avatar as well. Instead of this placeholder, I'm gonna say user.picture, and if it is empty, then you would be seeing this placeholder. And I said previously that I would be explaining this. So basically, when you got an image from Google accounts, for some reason it cannot render it sometimes. So that's why you put this referrer policy to be no referrer, so that you can just display it. I know it's strange, but really this is the solution that you would be adding this. Okay, let's save, and there we go. We have the user picture that we can see, the full name, all the other users that we have in the database, and this one is our profile. And I think next we can implement the sending messages functionality. So I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so in this section, let's try to implement send message functionality. For this, we're going to be going under the actions folder, and I will create a file called message.actions.ts. And all the actions related to messages are going to be going under this file. Let's just double check that this is going to be running on the server by adding this use server directive at the top. And we're gonna have this function, let's say async function send message action, which is gonna be taking a couple of different arguments, such as the message content, right? The message type, which could be either text or image, and then the receiver ID, so which user that we are chatting with, right? Let's create the type for this. I'll say type sent message, let's say sent message action arguments, and we're gonna give the content, message type, and receiver ID. For the message type, we could say this is gonna be either text or it could be image, because this is what we're gonna be doing later in the video, right? Either text or images. So I will go here and take this send message action args, and let's just make sure this is uppercase like this. Okay, there we go. So the very first thing I'd like to do is just get the currently authenticated user. I'll say const get user function from get kind server session, and we're gonna get the user. This is the currently authenticated user. If this value is null, let's say if there is not user, that means user is not authenticated. So I'll say success false, message could be user not authenticated. There we go. Now we need to create a conversation, right? Maybe before that we can get the sender ID. Let's say sender ID is going to be equal to the current user's ID, because this is the user that will be calling this function, and that means they are trying to send the message, so they are the sender. And we're going to hold all messages under a conversation for two users, right? Let's say const conversation ID, and we're gonna put this namespace, let's say conversation, this prefix, then let's say the sender ID and receiver ID. Okay, so there is an issue with this. Let's try to understand and see the solution. Now let's say we have two different users, John and Jane. The ID of John is, let's say, is 123, and ID of Jane is, let's say, 456. And John sends a message to Jane. So that means John is going to be calling this function. That means the sender ID is going to be 123, right? Then the receiver ID is going to be 456, which is Jane. Then this conversation ID is going to be equal to, let me just copy this. Okay, so the conversation ID is going to be sender ID, which is 123, and receiver ID is going to be 456. This would be the case if John sends a message to Jane. But what happens if Jane sends a message to John? Then let's see, the sender ID is going to be 456, which is the ID of Jane, and receiver ID is going to be 123, which is John. So let's copy this again and try to paste this. So sender ID is now equal to 456, and receiver ID is equal to 123. So now can you see the problem? So they are having the exact same conversation, right? They are chatting with each other, but these IDs are not matching. So this starts with 123 456, and this one is not the same, right? So we need to somehow sort this part so that even if the Jane sends the message or John sends the message, the messages would be always under the same conversation. So we need to take this and sort it, right? Then we're gonna get this value, both in this case and in this case. Let's say sort, then they will always be equal to the same conversation. Without doing this, you're gonna have messages going to different conversations. I hope this makes sense. So in the first time that you are building a chat app, you are probably not going to consider this. You're going to have some kind of errors in your code. You're going to see that it is not working as expected. Then you're going to come back to your code. You're going to take a look at it and maybe just debug this a little bit. Then you're going to understand, oh, okay, I need to actually sort this so that IDs are matching. So this is what happened to me for the first time that I was building my chat app. So I hope this will help you now, and you will understand you actually need to sort this part. Okay, so I hope this is clear now. Instead of putting it like this, this is not going to work. We're going to delete this and we need to sort this part. So I'll say the sender ID and receiver ID, this is going to be going under an array so that we can sort it. So let's say sort. Now that we have an array, we need to convert this to be a string. So we're going to say join this by colon. So if we had, let me just make this really clear, right? I'll go here. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We sort this, right? So let's say sort. Now it is equal to this. And then we just join this with colon. Now we have this string. So this is what it does. Super basic JavaScript concept, but just to make this clear. Okay, I'm not going to delete this. Maybe I'll leave it at the very bottom as a comment. Maybe you would be taking a look at it under the source code after completing this video. So yeah, we got the conversation ID, and now let's just check if conversation existed. Let's say const conversation exists. We can call the Redis. I'll say await Redis, let's import it, and we're going to say exists and pass the conversation ID. So why do we check for this? It's because when we send the message for the first time, the conversation doesn't exist. We need to create a conversation. This is what we are doing. We'll say if conversation is not existed, right? Then we would like to create a conversation. And I'll say await Redis dot hash set, and we're gonna be holding a conversation under a hash. So it's gonna have the ID, and we're gonna have the object with those fields. Let's say the participant, let's say participant 1 is gonna be sender ID, then the participant 2 is gonna be receiver ID. So there we go. Now we have a conversation between these two users, and now we're gonna create a set. So I'll be going below this. I'll say maybe give it space, await, we'll say Redis dot set add. Okay, this is what it says. Then we're gonna have this, let's say user, and we're gonna put the sender ID conversations, and we're gonna put this conversation ID into it. So that means this user has a conversation, which is this one, because it is now part of this. And if sender is a part of this conversation, then it means the receiver is also a part of this conversation. So that's why we're going to duplicate this, and we'll say receiver ID. So it's because if I am having a conversation with you, then you're having a conversation with me as well. That's why we add this conversation ID in both of these sets for these users. I hope this makes sense now. And we created the conversation. Now it is time to create the message. And let's start by creating a unique message ID. So I'll say const message ID. Now we can use some kind of packages, some kind of package that would give us unique IDs, or maybe we can just try to create it by ourselves. So I'll say message, give this namespace, and I will say, let's say $date.now, and we're gonna put again a colon, then let's say math dot random. Let's call this function. Then we'll say to string, and let's put 36, and we can just slice this from 2 all the way, maybe let's actually do substring, going from 2 all the way up to 9. So this would just create a unique ID. So I'll say create, maybe let's say generate a unique message ID. This is what we are doing, because we're going to be using this just in a second. And let's create the timestamp. So this would be the created at for the message. And let's say await Redis dot hash set, and we'll just say message ID, and we're gonna put the fields. Let's say this is the sender ID, receiver ID. Maybe we don't even need to put the receiver ID for the message. Let's say the content, we're gonna put the timestamp, and let's say the message type. There we go. We just created the message. Let's say create the message hash. We don't really need to put these comments, but I just put it so that you can really follow along with the video. And lastly, we will add this message into a conversation. So I know that there are a lot of things going on here, but maybe I could try to explain this on a diagram just in a second. Let's say Redis sorted set, this is what it says, z, okay, and we'll say add into it where the ID, so I'll just open up this backticks, and make it dynamic. So we'll say the conversation ID and messages. So this is going to be our key, and let's put this object where it takes the score, because this sorted set, as the name suggests, is going to be sorted. So depending on the score, it'll be sorted from top to bottom. So depending on the timestamp, it's going to be sorted, and the member is going to be equal to JSON.stringify of this message ID. So this will just make sure that your messages are sorted, so that when you send the messages, the first one would be at the top and the last one would be at the bottom, and it's going in the correct order. That's why we actually put it in the sorted set. And finally, I'll just go ahead and say return success of true. And if you really want to, you can send the conversation ID and then the message ID, but yeah, let's just do it. Why not? I'll say conversation ID and then the message ID. So that was a lot of code in this file. Let me just zoom out a little bit and try to go on this once again. We got the currently authenticated user. We just check if it's authenticated or not. Then we extracted the sender ID, and we got the conversation ID for these two users. And we had to sort this so that we just make sure this is always the case. Otherwise, we would be getting this issue, right? The conversation ID wouldn't be matching. But if we sorted that, we will always get the same value. Okay, so we sorted it and we just checked if conversation existed or not. If it doesn't, that means these users haven't chatted before. It's their first time. So we have created a conversation and added this conversation into their documents, right? We created a new set, and then we created a message ID, the timestamp, and depending on that, we created a message hash. And finally, we have added this sorted set where we are actually sorting them depending on this timestamp score. Okay, let's try to call this function, and I think this will make a lot of sense, and maybe we could really draw a diagram and try to understand it. I will be going under the chat bottom bar. This is where we actually call this, let's say, click to this button, right? So this is the place that we will be calling that function. So first of all, we're gonna go ahead and call this mutation. Let's say use mutation coming from React query, not mutation state. Let's just do Control Z. I did a mistake. Let's say use mutation and get this part, which is gonna return us the mutate function. And it also sends you a is pending state so that you can show some loaders. And this is gonna be taking an object. Let's say we're gonna have the mutation function. Okay. And in this case, we're going to call our send message action. And when we call this mutate function, it's going to call the action. So we have, I think, another pending. Let's delete this. We don't really need it. That was the hard-coded value, but this would be actually coming from our logic. Now, what I'll be doing is just scroll to the bottom where we have this send horizontal button. And do I have a typo here? I think, yeah, this is typo, but it still works. I'm not really sure. Let's say horizontal. Okay, this works, but this also works for some reason. Let me just go ahead and grab this and delete this one. I'm not really sure why this works, but this is the icon coming from Lucid React. So when we click to this button, I'll just say on click, just call the handle send function. Let's create this. Let's say handle send message. Actually, I'll just scroll to the top and say const handle send message. When we click to that button, we're gonna call this function. So I will say if message, let's say message.trim. This is just gonna make sure if message content is empty, then you cannot really send anything. It's gonna return immediately out of this function. Then what we can do is just call this mutate function, but the mutate doesn't really readable, right? It doesn't make too much sense. That's why I'm going to rename this to be send message, just like this, and I will just be calling this. I'll say send message, which is gonna take a couple of different props, right, or arguments. Let's say open up this and we can get all the auto suggestions. Let's say content is going to be equal to this message state that we are holding, right? It's coming from the text area. Then we will have the message type, which is going to be a text, because we are sending this from here, right? Not from the image. Okay, the message type, the content, and then the receiver ID, which is going to be equal to the selected user's ID. Let's say this user is selected, then ID would be that. And if this user is selected, then that is going to be the ID. I'd like to get this. Let's say use selected user, call this, which is going to give us the selected user field. There we go. This is the receiver ID. I'll be saying that selected user dot ID, and let's just put this so that it's happy with us. So we always know that the selected user will be there and they're going to have an ID. And once we send the message, we can just update the state. Let's say set message would be an empty string, and we can focus into this text area. I'll say text area ref dot current dot focus. Let's try to save this and just test this out. So currently in my database, I just have 2 different users, and now we're going to try to send a message to this user, right? So this is me, that I am authenticated, and I'll say hello from client and send the message. It didn't send because we need to click to this button. Okay, we have the loading state. There we go. We should be able to see the messages. So now it says there are total 7 different documents. So previously we had 2. If we refresh, we're going to get 5 more documents. So there we go. Let's just take a look at all of them one by one. Previously we had, I believe, this one, which is the user hash, and we had this user hash. These were the user profiles. Now we just got the user. Let's copy this entire ID actually, and let's take a look at it. So we have user ID, and then the conversations of this user. This is the conversation for this user, and we got the same thing for the other user. So one for receiver and one for sender. Then we got the message. So this is a hash. We have the message ID, and then the fields for the message, the content, the type, sender ID, and then timestamp. Same for the, let's say, conversation. Let's copy this and just see the ID at the top. So we have conversation, then ID of the, let's say, sender, and then the receiver. And we have the participants in that. And lastly, we have the sorted set. There you can see we just have all the messages. And if I just try to send another message, let's go here and I'll say my second message, send it by clicking to this. We should be able to get the message here. And let's just say my third message. Okay, so we got all the messages. It is working in real time. We need to somehow also fetch those messages. But before that, maybe we can just optimize this a little bit so that when we press enter, it doesn't go to the next line, but instead it sends the message. So I will go into my VS Code, and what we can do is maybe in this text area, where is it? I think I skipped it. Okay, so we can handle the logic in this onChange function, but I think I'll just say on key press. Let's say, where is it? Or maybe on key down, just like this. I'll just say handle key down. You can handle the logic on the onChange as well. I just want to extract this a little bit in this video. So I will create that function. Let's say const handle key down, which is going to be taking an event of keyboard event that is coming from a text area. This is the TypeScript type. And let's say if event e.key is equal to enter, right? And if user is not pressing the shift key at the same time, that means we can really call this send function, right? I'll say handle send message. And before this, maybe we could just prevent the default, because in text area, if you press enter, then it's by default is going to give space, right? It's not going to call anything. That's why we prevent this. Then we call this function so that it can really send the message. And I'll be doing another if check. I'll say if event.key is equal to, let's say, not escape, but again, enter. And if user pressing the shift key, that means user wants to give one more space. That's what I'll be doing. I'll say event.prevent default, but instead set message and just add a new line by this escape character and then N, right? So hopefully this should be working now. I will save and just try to test this out. Refresh this page maybe. Send a message to this user. I'll say my fourth message. And if I just press shift enter, it's gonna go into the next line. There you go. It didn't send the message. So here it just goes to the below, but let's just try to press only enter. It's going to send the message. There we have it. Let's refresh. Okay, so we got all of our messages, and we can either send it with the button, right? Or we can press enter and it's going to send it. When we click to this thumbs up, we can also send an emoji. Let's try to do so. We have this icon. Where is it? Thumbs up. I will say on click, we can just say handle thumbs up. Okay, I'll be going to the top. So instead of creating a message for this, I think we can copy this entire line and just call it inline, right? I'll give a little bit space. Okay, on click, I will just call this function handle, the sent message, where the content is not going to be a message, but it's going to be an emoji. Let's search for it. I'll just say thumbs up emoji, and I'm going to be getting this. Let's see if we can copy it. There we go. I just copied it and pasted it. So message type is text. This is the content, and this is the receiver ID. And when we are in the loading state, we just see this loader instead of the thumbs up icon. Let's test this out. We currently have 10 different messages. Let's click to this. There we go. Now we should be having 11 different messages, and maybe we can take a look if we can see that message. So where is it? Maybe it is this one. Okay, this is the content, which is an emoji. Now that we can send messages, I think we can try to fetch those messages. So first, let's just try to create the action where we can get messages. I'll go under the message.actions.ts, and maybe I can take this, put it at the top. If you really want to see this in the code base, I'll give a bit comment. Let's say the issue with this has been explained in the tutorial. We need to sort the IDs. Okay, we need to sort the IDs to make sure the conversation ID is always the same. So yeah, this is the exact same thing that I was trying to say. Okay, so we're gonna create a function to be able to get the messages. We'll say export async function get messages, and this is gonna be between two users that we would like to fetch. The selected user ID, which is gonna be type of string, and let's say the current user ID. Again, it's type of string. Then we'll go here, first get the conversation ID, and this is gonna be a backtick conversation. So it's gonna be just like what we had at the top. So it's gonna be like this, so that we can really, again, sort this and just make sure that conversation ID is always the same. I'm gonna copy this and paste it. Yeah, maybe just delete this part. We don't have sender ID, but we have the selected user ID, and we have the current user ID. So we sorted this, got the conversation ID. Let's get the message IDs from this conversation. Say message IDs, and we will say await redis.z range conversation ID, where we have this messages, and fetch all of them. This says start from the first one and go all the way to the, at the very bottom. And let's see what is this format is all about. If we go into this sorted set, I'll copy the ID and maybe paste it here. So this is exactly what we have. So we have the conversation prefix, right? Then we have the sender ID and maybe the receiver ID. In this case, it is selected user and current user. This is going to be sorted, and inside this we have the messages, which stores all the message IDs, which are these ones, right? We are trying to fetch those message IDs so that we can fetch the message content. I'll say if message IDs dot length is equal to 0, then we can return an empty array. But else we can create a pipeline, Redis dot pipeline, let's say just like this. Then we'll say message IDs dot, for each message ID we can call pipeline dot hash get all, where we pass the message ID, and let's typecast this as string. Okay, so this is going to give all the message content for us, such as message type, content, sender ID, and timestamp. Then I'll say const messages await pipeline dot execute, and we can typecast this to be array of messages. Let's import it from this dummy file. This is the type that we have created previously, and let's say return the messages. Okay, so this function will basically give us the messages between these two users. We can go into the message list component. This is going to be the component where we display the messages. So this is the message list, right? And we're going to get the selected user not from the hard-coded value, but it's going to be coming from the, let's say, what am I doing? Let's say use selected user. It's going to be coming from this hook where we are going to destructure this. For the current user, again, this is not going to be coming from this array, but from use kind browser client. This would give you user field, and we can rename this to be current user so that our code is a little bit more readable. Then since we want to fetch the messages, we can call use query hook from 10stack, and this is going to return us some data, and it's going to give us a loading state. Okay, so let's give a little bit space for this, and this is going to take an object where we have the query key. I will say, let's just rename this to be messages and put the selected user ID. Let's say if this is null, then optional chain this. And the most important thing here is that the query function. And in this function, we're going to go ahead and call our action. So await get messages, let's import it, which wants us to put the selected user ID as well as the current user dot ID. Okay, now here it says this might be empty. So let's say if selected user is null, or let's say if we have the selected user and current user, only then call this function. Now we got rid of those errors, and we need to return this so that we can get the data. And instead of data, let's rename this to be messages. And previously we were mapping through this hard-coded messages, right? Now we can really delete this and just have these messages. And let's say if this is undefined, then just optional chain this. And I think this should be working as expected. But there is one issue with this, is that use query runs immediately when this component is mounted. What we can do is just say, hey, could you just please wait until this condition is completed? For this, we have this enabled field. So we will say if we have a selected user, and if we have, let's say, current user, and if maybe this user is not loading, let's say we are going to get the is loading field, and let's say is user loading. We just rename this so that this doesn't crash with this name. Okay, I'm going to copy this, and I'll say if user is not loading, only then call this function. But here this says you cannot pass an object as a Boolean value. So let's convert it. By putting this, I have explained this previously. This is how we can convert a value to the equivalent of the Boolean value of it. Okay, so we have almost everything for this function to work. We are looping through the messages that we got from the database. Let's save and maybe just test this out. But before that, we have a couple of different issues. Let's fix those by putting this optional chaining. Okay, here it says current user doesn't have an image, but they have the picture. So if this is empty for some reason, we can show the user place holder.png file that we have. let's save and test this out. I'm gonna click to this. There we go. We just got all the messages from the database. So we had 1 second of loading state. For this, we can show a skeleton, which we'll do just in a second. But if we refresh now, and if we click to this, here we just got the messages immediately. And it is in the exact same order that we have sent the message, right? My first message, second, third, fourth, and the last message. Let's send another one, even though it doesn't update the UI for now. If we just refresh, take a look at it, we should be able to get the latest message as well. Now I'll be sending a couple of different messages, 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe 5. And the reason that I sent all of them is because what happens if the message is need to scroll? Then in this case, if we instead of us scrolling, we could make it so that it just scrolls for us automatically. Okay, so when I click to this part, it should scroll for me to the very bottom. We can do this by using a ref and a use effect. So here maybe I'll go ahead and just say ref, let's say message container ref. Let's create this ref now, which is going to be coming from a use ref, and we are putting it into an HTML div element. And I'll have a use effect. Let's say use effect, call this, and we will say when the messages changes, run this use effect again. We'll say if message container dot current, if this is accessible, then we could say message container dot ref dot current scroll top is going to be equal to current dot scroll height. So this will do the magic where it just scrolls for us automatically. Why does that look like this? For a second, let's refresh and click to it. There we go, it just scrolls for us already, right? And later in the video, when we send different messages, once we clicked it, it's gonna scroll for us for the latest message. So this is how we can achieve this. And maybe let's put a comment, scroll to the bottom of the message container when new messages are added. And let's try to add a loading state with skeleton component. So we have installed this skeleton component at the beginning of the video, which is coming from Shad UI, and this is how we can use it. Install it and then just put your styles. You can put width, height. In this case, there are 3 different skeletons, and it is being flexed positioned. There are a bit gap. This is rounded full. Let's say this has width of 100 pixels and maybe this has 80 pixels. So we're gonna build some kind of similar thing. So first of all, I'll be going into my code base. Let's say under the source components, I will say skeletons, and I'm gonna create this message skeleton.tsx file. And for the content, I will be actually providing you in this GitHub repo, which is really similar or really basic, where we just have our skeletons that are coming from UI folder that we have created previously. So we just installed it from Shad UI, and we have so like a couple of different skeleton components, and we're gonna see this in a second. Go ahead and grab this from the GitHub repo. This is never gonna change, and it's just CSS classes. I didn't want to type this out from scratch. We're gonna go into the message list component, and for this loading state, maybe we can rename this to be is messages loading, and we'll say if messages is not loading, right, only then render the messages. Maybe below this we could say if is messages loading, then we can render a couple of different message skeletons. So I'll go here and I'll say message skeleton. Okay, get this and duplicate this twice. Let's save, and just for a second, let's refresh first. Okay, so I'm gonna click to this. For a second, we're gonna see the skeletons. So there we go, and then once messages are fetched, we see the messages. And now we can send messages and get messages. What we can do is to send images as a message, and for this we will be using Cloudinary. So if you don't already have an account, go ahead and create one. It is free to get started and you don't really need to put your credit card details. I already have an account, so I'll just log in. And once you log in, you will be redirected to this console where you can go into the, I think, programmable media. We're going to get a couple of different credentials. So we have the cloud name. I'm going to copy this, go into my VS Code, open up my, let's say, .env local. And then here I'll just put this, which is going to be my cloud name. Maybe I could just say next_public and cloudinary underscore cloud name. Just make sure you don't really have a typo here. Okay, so this is going to be our cloud name. Then we need to get the API key and API secret. For this, you need to go under the settings, I think. Let's just see if I am remembering this correctly. So, okay, under the API keys, let's create a new one. I'll say generate new API key, which is gonna send us an email. Let me just go ahead and grab the confirmation code. Okay, so I just grabbed it. Let me paste it and maybe kill this. Let's say approve. Okay, so we got an API key as well as an API secret. I'll copy this first and put it here. This is my API key, and let's get the API secret. And don't try to use mine because I'll be deleting this before I publish this video. Okay, so the first one is next_public. Let's say public. Again, I'll just copy this Cloudinary name because I just make some typos while typing it. So Cloudinary API key. And I'll just call this as, let's say, Cloudinary secret key. Secret key. Or maybe you can call it as API secret. Okay, this is what we're gonna have, the cloud name, API key, and API secret. And to be able to upload images in Next.js, they have a special package. So if you search for this package, then you're gonna see this link. Let's click it and get started with it. This is built for specifically for Next.js. Let's copy this and maybe paste it into our terminal. Okay, this is gonna install the package for us, and we can go and take a look at the image uploads. And here they say, like, put these credentials, where we put the API secret, the API key, and cloud name. Let's say, I think it should be the upload widget, where we have the basic usage. So you can have two ways of uploading images, either unsigned or signed. This is the recommended one, the signed uploads, because it just makes it secure and you need to create an API endpoint. So I think they had an example, maybe signed uploads, click to it. Okay, so this is the entire function or file that we need to copy and paste. Before we need to import this package, just Cloudinary. So I'll say npm install, let's say Cloudinary, just like this. This is going to go ahead and install the package while we can create an endpoint for us. Under the source app API, let's see how they call it. So sign Cloudinary params. I'll just get this name actually. And under the API, I'll say new file, paste it. So sign Cloudinary params, and we can take this content and paste it. Let's see if our environment variables names are matching. I'll open up the .env local on the side. So we have Cloudinary cloud name. I'll just copy this and paste it here so that I don't really have any typos. So API key, and we'll have the API secret. Here we had the next public and they had Cloudinary API key, so it should be next public actually. Let's paste it. There we go. Then we have the API secret. This shouldn't be next public. Let me just copy and paste. Okay, so we got the cloud name, API key, and API secret. They are matching with our environment variables. Then they are just doing a bit of magic where they sign a request. I think we don't really need to think about this at all. So we can save, and you can always customize this after completing this video. This is going to be our endpoint. When we upload a image, we would be hitting this. Let's see how we can call that. So they have a Cloud widget component. Let me just zoom in. we're gonna get this, and for the signature endpoint, we're gonna be putting our endpoint where we have a button that we can upload an image. So I'll go into the, let's say, chat bottom bar where we have this image icon. Okay, it is this one, right? So instead of just having it like this, what I'll be doing is wrap it with this cloud upload widget component, which we are going to be importing it from Next.js. So I'm going to copy this, maybe paste it at the top. Okay, so we'll say cloud upload widget, import it, and we're going to wrap that icon with it. So this is going to take the signature endpoint, which is going to be, let's say, /API/ how did we call it? Sign cloudinary prems. Maybe I can just copy this name and paste it. Okay, so this is going to be our endpoint, and inside this we can have this curly braces where we call this function. It takes this object of open, right? This is going to be the function. Let's maybe call it like this. I'll say return an image icon, and we can give the size, let's say size of 20, and class name of cursor pointer. Okay, like this. Let's say text muted foreground. And when we click to this image icon, let's say on click, just call this open function. So I'll say open, call it. Okay, let's save and just test this out. I'll go into my application, select this chat, messages will be loaded hopefully. Okay, there we go. When I click to this, I'm gonna see this upload widget where I can upload an image. Let me just drag and drop an image from my machine. So here I just grabbed it and I'm gonna put it. It's going to upload, and here we go. It says it's been uploaded, and let's take a look at it. If you go under the programmable media, we should be able to see it under the media library, I believe. Let's click to it, and this should be that image that I just uploaded. And these are the images and videos that I have uploaded in the previous tutorials, but this is the one that we just uploaded. Now what we would like to do is, once we upload this image, maybe close this widget and show this in a dialog, then user can send this image as a message. So sounds complicated, but it's actually easier than we think. Let's try to build it. I'll first create a state. Maybe below this I'll say const image URL set image URL, and by default let's just say this is going to be an empty string. We can delete this part. This will already be inferred. Now this upload widget takes an onSuccess property, so we can go here and just take this onSuccess. That means if image is uploaded successfully, which gives us this result, and it also gives us this widget, let's say widget like this, and we'll be using this just in a second. We will say once it's uploaded successfully, we can close this widget, and maybe even before that we can set our state. Oops, I'll go here. I'll say set image URL. We will say result.info. This is what it has, and let's typecast this as cloudinary upload widget info. This is how we're going to typecast this, and we need to wrap it with these brackets. Then I'll just say from here give us the secure URL. So this would be the URL where the image is hosted, and we're going to update it with this state. Then once we have this state, we can show a dialog. So I'll go below this cloud widget, and I will say I'd like to have this dialog component, and I'll say this is going to have dialog content. It is coming from here, right? Then inside of this I will have this dialog header with the title that says image preview, and then below the dialog header I'll be putting an image component where we just put the image URL, which is our state. Let's say image URL, and give it an alt fill and class name properties. So this image is coming from next image. And finally, we will have a dialog footer. I'll say dialog footer component, which is going to have a button into it. Let's say the type for this would be submit. And then inside we would have on click function. Once we click to this, what we're going to do is to call our send message function. So how did we call it? Let's take a look at it. We called it as handle send message, right? But we don't need to call this. Instead, we can just call our mutate function, which is the send message, and we're going to pass the content, message type, and receiver ID. Okay, so let's go here and just say send message. This is going to take the content, which is image URL, the link, right? Then the message type, which is an image, and then the receiver ID, which is the selected user's ID. And once we send the image, we can just say set image URL would be equal to, if I can type, it's going to be equal to an empty string. And this should be inside of this onClick function. And inside this button, we could have this text where it says send. And this dialog would only be open if we have an image URL. So say if we have an image URL, only then open this up. And again, this is a string. It tells you you should put either a true or false value. So we can convert this to a Boolean by putting these two, so to say, bang operators. Let's save. Hopefully this should work out. I'm going to click to this. Let's click this again. It just refreshed. And I will just drag and drop an image. Once this is loaded, it should close this widget. And we got an issue. It says you should add this into your config file. Let's go into the next.config.js. This is something that is coming from the Next.js itself. So if you're getting some images from different sources, then it says, could you please let me know under this images object. Here we'll say remote patterns. It's going to be an array of objects. And I'll just say hostname is going to be equal to this res.cloudinary.com. Okay, so with this, I think we should kill our server and open this up. So it already did it for us. So it starts. Let's wait and refresh. So it just loaded, and let's click to this chat. Maybe try to upload this image again. So it's going to upload, then close the widget, then open up the dialog where we can show the image, right? Then we have this image preview header, the image content, and send button. If we click to this, hopefully it should send the image, because this is how we called it, right? On click to this button, we call the send message function, which is this one, right? It is our mutate function. Let's try to do so. I'll just say send. It is sent. Let's take a look at it in our database. Maybe I'll refresh. Is it the latest message? Let's see. It should be this one. Okay, message type is image, and then the content is this URL, which we store in Cloudinary. Let's copy this and paste it into our browser. Okay, so this is the image, and if we go ahead, refresh this, or even before we refresh it, 10stack will fetch it for us, and we can see the image component. And we see this because in our code we have, let's just see, where is it? In the message list, we say if message type is image. Let me just show this. Okay, if message type is not text, but if it is image, then we show the image component. That's why we actually see this image, where it has border, padding 2, and this height. It is responsive. So it is this component really. Okay, so now that we can send images as well, I think the next step would be to just make these messages work in real time, which is gonna be next. Okay, so in this section, we would like to make our application work in real time. And for this, we're gonna be using Pusher platform, which is gonna give us the real-time functionalities by providing some channels and event names that we could bind to and maybe trigger. So it doesn't make too much sense for now, but we're gonna see just in a second. Let's take a look at the pricing for real-time events. So we can just send 200k messages per day in the free plan. and we could have 100 concurrent connections, which is really awesome for a free tier, right? It is, I think, really generous. We can go ahead and sign up. I already have an account, so I'll just try to sign in, and it already took me to this page, but let's just say cancel. Maybe you would be on this dashboard initially. Then you would say create an app, then it's gonna take you here. Let's just say Redis. You could say chat app. I'll just say chat tutorial, and I will say create an app. Let's click to it. So there we go. Now it's gonna give us, I think, a couple of different so to say environment variables. Let's see where that is. So we're gonna have a client API and server API, but maybe before that we could say give us the app keys. So I will just copy all those and go into my .env file. So let's say .env.local, and below we could paste those values. Let's just say pusher underscore app ID, which is going to be this one, right? Let's just get it, paste it. Then we're gonna put the pusher app key. Let's say pusher, not key, but I'll just say app key, and then get this value. Then we're gonna get the pusher app secret, which is going to be this one. And we could put the cluster, or we could maybe put it manually. Let's just say pusher app cluster. So these are the values that we got, and now we need to also get the pusher app key, but for the client. So these are for the server, because so we're gonna have both the server and client pusher instance. On the server, when we send the message, we will trigger an event, and on the client, we will listen to that incoming events. So it's gonna make a lot of sense just in a second. For now, let's just say next public pusher app key. And this is actually the same app key with this one. I don't really think if they give you a different one. So yeah, this is what we're going to be using. Let's save this file, and we're going to install two different packages, which is going to be one for the client and one for the server. So I'll say npm install pusher and pusher-js. So this one would be for the client and this one would be for the server, right? So this is gonna install it, and let's just take a look at a diagram just to understand just try to understand it conceptually a little bit better. So let's say we have two different users and we have this pusher provider at the top that is gonna give us a channel, right? So this channel would belong to these two users, and both of them are listening for incoming messages. Okay, so on this channel they say, hey pusher, if there are any new messages for me, then just please provide them to me. I would like to just see the messages in real time. And let's say this user sends a message to this one. Pusher will take that message and immediately send it to this user, because this user is listening for incoming messages. So really, it's really easy conceptually, and it's going to be easier when we write the code actually. I'll go into the VS Code, and when you think about it, this is where it needs to go. When we send the message, right? Once we save it to the database, we can really take that message and redirect it to the pusher so that it will do the real-time magic. So once we add this to our sorted set, below this we can just say channel name and then trigger an event. But before we even do this, we need to do some configurations, right? Because we can't just say pusher dot send. It is not gonna work. We need to have some kind of configuration that will help us to build it. Under the lib, I will create a file called pusher.ts, and we're gonna import two different, let's say, variables or classes. I'll say import pusher server, and same one, but this is going to be pusher client. This would be coming from the pusher package, and this one would be coming from pusher.js. Let's say we will export one instance for pusher server by calling this class, and let's close it like that, which is going to have the app ID. It is coming from pusher app ID from our environment variables. Then we will have the key, let's say pusher app key. Then we will have the secret, let's say process.env.pusher app secret, just like this. Then we can put the cluster. You can get it from here, or maybe you can just put it so to say, as a string, right? So this is also an option. Then you could say use TLS, which is going to be true. Then this was our server instance. Let's create one for the client. I'll say export const pusher client and call this class. This is going to take the public pusher app key. So I'll say process.env next underscore public pusher app key, then with an object that denotes our cluster. I'll say it's Europe, right? EU, just like this. Now this is fine, but there is an absolutely crazy issue with this in development mode. So I'll just put a comment. So in development, this will create multiple instances of pusher, which might cause you to hit the connection limit in the free tier. And I even have a screenshot. Let me just show this. So when I was building this app, this is a screenshot that I took to be able to show this in this video. So I had 77 connections at the same time. It was because I was using this setup, right? So every time I just press Ctrl S, Next.js would create a new instance for me. Then I just saw that I had almost like 77 connections. Then after some time, I just stopped using it. Then it become 20, and then I optimize it. Then it just become at maximum 2 while I was building this application. And in the free tier, the maximum that you can reach is going to be 100. So I was almost like getting out of the free tier. And we can fix this with a quick fix really. Let's go here and just try to see the better option. So I will comment this out, and instead, maybe we will go below and just create a global instance of it and maybe cache it. So I'll say const pusher server, just like this, but we are not going to get it immediately like this. Okay, this is what we have done above, but we will say if we have a global dot pusher server, then use this, which would be the cached one, but otherwise use this part. So this is not going to be happy with us at first because TypeScript doesn't have it in the global scope. So we could say declare global. Let's open this object and I'll say var pusher server, and this is going to be this type. Let's get it, or it could be undefined. And let's do the same thing for pusher client. Okay, now this is really happy with us, and we can grab this content, which is this object. Let me just copy it and paste it. So let's just actually delete this by Control D a couple of times. There we go. We just have our configurations into it. Then let's do the same thing for the pusher client. I'll say const pusher client, get it from the global. Otherwise, I mean, if it doesn't exist, then create one. And then we're gonna put the cluster just like that. Then we can just say export just both of them, right? Either you could do it like this, or maybe you would say export and export. It's the same thing. Now with this setup, you're never gonna hit this kind of connections at a time. In the development, at most you can get 2, because this will always make sure that you are caching this under this global scope. So I hope this makes sense. That was something to just keep in mind, otherwise you might get out of the free tier. And now that we have both of our instance for the client and for the backend, we can go ahead and actually use it. So as I said before, first we need a channel name. I'll say const channel name and maybe scroll a little bit and give a bit space from the bottom. Let's say this is gonna be backticks. And for the channel name, again, it's gonna take the sender ID and receiver ID. I'll have money sign. I'll say sender ID, and we can put double underscores. So I think pusher doesn't allow us to use this colon. That's why I come up with this value, and we'll just say receiver ID. Then we would like to split this so that we can sort it, right? I'll say split this from this underscores and sort this. Now that it's an array, let's join this just to make it a string again. So what this does basically takes the sender ID and receiver ID and just sort it, put it into a string. Then we will say await pusher server dot trigger. This is how we're gonna trigger an event under a channel. So this is our channel. Here we can just trigger a new message event, and for the data we're gonna put the message. So this is an object. I'll just say message. Here we have it. We're gonna have the sender ID, let's say. Then we're gonna have the content, timestamp, as well as the message type. So this is what we're gonna send as the message. So now when a user sends a message, this server action would be running. And once the message saved in the database, this pusher is going to trigger a new message event that we can listen on the client. And let's try to do so. First, I'll save this file and we're gonna go into the chat bottom bar component, which is a client component. And in this component, I'll create a use effect and we will just listen for the incoming messages. So let's say use effect, and here for now, let's just don't put anything. And as we write the logic, it's going to be clear that what we need to put in this dependency array. So first of all, I'd like to just get the channel name that I'd like to listen to, right? So channel name, backticks, this is going to be, again, like the current user. Do we have it? Let's just see in this component. We don't really have it, so let's go ahead and get that. Use kind browser client. This is going to give us the user, let's say, and I'd like to rename this to be current user. And we also have the selected user, and let's give a little bit space just to make it a little bit more readable, like this. So we got the current user, and let's say current user dot ID, and then underscore the selected user ID. But again, we need to sort this so that it is just working as we expected. Split with this underscores, sorted. Now that this is an array, let's convert this back to be a string. So this is the channel name. I'll just say const channel, and this is gonna be pusher client. Did we import it? Let's see. So why do I have the pusher client on this file? Well, I don't really have it actually. I don't know why it gives me this, but let's say pusher client dot subscribe to this channel name. So why, wait, pusher client. Oh, okay. I think this is because it's in the global scope, but we need to import this. So I'll just go above and just put it just to make it explicit. So we got the pusher client from this file. Okay. So pusher client subscribe to this channel name, which is going to give the channel. And then we would like to listen for the incoming messages. I'll say channel.bind to this new message and make sure that this is matching with this name that you are sending as the event name. And once we got a new message, we would like to handle this in a function. So I'll say handle new message. This is going to be the function that we'll create just in a second. Let's say const handle new message, and we're going to say this is a function that we have. This function will take a data argument, which is going to have a message field, and this message is type of message. Let's import the type. There we go. So this is actually what we are returning, right? So we have an object that has the message field. We have an object that has the message field. This is exactly what we sent from the backend, from the server. Now we need to update the messages with the incoming message, because currently, if we take a look at it in our application, let's wait for a second. These are all the messages that we have fetched previously. Once there is a new message, it should update this state. And that's why the query key comes into play. I'll say message list component. So here in this file, we are listening with this query key, right? We are not listening, but this is the query key where we fetch the messages. And by using this, we can update this state actually. So this is what we have as our query key. I'll go here, and inside this, I will say query client, which is something that we need to import. Let's say go maybe up here, const query client coming from use query client from 10 stack. Okay, so with the help of this variable, we can update state. I'll say set query data, which is a function, and we need to pass the key. So it was messages and selected user ID. So by default, the first argument it takes is the previous messages or old messages. Let's say this is an array of old messages, just like this. Then we're gonna call the function. Let me just scroll a little bit and we will say just return all the previous messages and the new message that we just got. So with the help of this, it's going to update the state, and at the end we can go ahead update this part where we say if current user ID updates or selected user ID, or let's say query client. In that case, this use effect would be running. It's not really important, but it just wants you to add it. Then you're listening for these messages, but it's absolutely important to unlisten this when you unmount this component, right? That's why I'm going to create a cleanup function like this. I will say channel.unbind from this event and call this function, and pusher client.unsubscribe, let's say, from this channel. So this is absolutely important, otherwise the event listener will be added multiple times, which means you will see the incoming new messages multiple times. So don't forget to clean up this when you're using socket or this kind of real-time event listeners. So at this point, I think we can save this and then just test this out. I will go into this account and maybe log in into this one as well. So I just put them side by side. This is the programmer account and this is my account. Let's just say, hey, sent the message. Hopefully it should be working in real time. It didn't work. Let's refresh. So probably we're having some, issues. We're gonna take a look at it. Let's see the code base. Here I'll just open up my terminal. Let's see if we have any warnings from pusher. So here it says in sent message action, pusher server is not defined. Let's go ahead and get this. Pusher server, where is it? Okay, we need to just really import this. I'll go up here and just say import pusher server from this file. Now let's save. Hopefully this should be working out this time. So again, I just put them side by side and I'll say hey to and send it. Here we go. Now it is just working in real time. Let's say hey from me as well. Okay, so everything is just working as expected. We can send anything. Let's even send an image. I'll just drag and drop from my machine. Just wait for a second. I'll get this, put it. And once this uploads, I'll just say send. Okay, so everything is working in real time. Let's quickly reiterate the code base that we have. So once a user sends a message, we call this send message action. We do all the logic with the database. At the end, we save the message to the database and trigger a new message event where we send this message. And we are listening for the incoming messages in our client component. And here we just sort the channel name, subscribe to it, and listen for any incoming new messages. Once we got the new message, we call this handle new message function, which is going to update the state. And to be able to update the state, we pass the query key coming from React query and just really return all the previous messages as well as the newest message or the latest message. And it's absolutely important to clean up this so that you don't really be listening for the same event multiple times. If you do not add this part, then when you send a message, so let's say you say hey, then you would be seeing this message multiple times, both here and both here. That's why it's important to add this cleanup function. Now, one more optimization or kind of like to-do we can do is that once we got a new message, we can play a notification sound. This is what we have and what I have shown in the demo of this application. Let's say notification. Okay, this is what we're gonna hear. This is the WhatsApp web sound. Let's try to import it. Maybe I'll duplicate this, give a little bit space, and I'll say play notification sound. And this is the path for that sound. What we're going to do is scroll to the bottom. Once we handle this message, right? Once we update the state, we can just play this sound. I'll say play notification sound, but we're not gonna play this in any cases. Instead, we'll say if sound is enabled, right? Let's say sound enabled, and if the message sender is not equal to the current user. So why this is the case? If I am sending the message, I don't really want to hear that sound once I sent the message, right? That's why we're going to say only the receiver should get the sound. I'll say, and if data.message.sender ID is not equal to the current user.id. And I have a typo, let's fix this, sender ID, just like that. Let's wrap it. Okay, so let's just put them side by side and test this out. I'll say, hey with sound. Okay, once I sent the message, I can hear it that is coming from this browser and not this one. So with this, I think this is gonna be it for this application. We can deploy this now, and maybe just before that, I'd like to really give you this comment so that you have it in the code or in the source code. And let's try to add this sound as well. Let's say play notification sound and also sound enabled states here. And I'll take this, maybe put it above the cleanup function. So this is, I think, everything that we would need for this application. Let's just see if this is responsive or not. Yes, it is. It is real time. We can send images, send text messages, go into the light mode and dark mode, make this to be, muted, unmuted, delete the state, or, we can send even messages to ourselves. I'll just say, hey. Okay, so it just works, but it looks a little bit weird. Maybe you can take a look at it. What I'm going to be doing is actually remove ourselves from this, from the sidebar so that I can't really send messages to myself. So here I'll go ahead under the, where was it? Under the home page, I think. I will enable this line and I'll just say exclude, I'll say exclude the current user from the list of users in the sidebar, let's say, in the sidebar. Okay, let's see. Okay, currently I cannot really see myself from the sidebar. I only see the other user, and same for this one as well, right? So with this setup, we can go ahead and deploy this application. Okay, so let's move on, and hopefully this is the very last section of this tutorial where we'd like to deploy this application. First, we need to just create a repo for this. I'll go ahead into my GitHub account. I just said create a new repo and let's call it as Redis chat app. So this is the repo name that I'd like to give. And initially, I'll just make it to be private. Once I publish this video, I'll make it public. So if you really want to, you can go with the public option, right? So I'll just say private and create the repo. And first we need to just commit our changes that we have done. So let's visit the VS Code. So I will close all the files that I have. I'll go under this source control where I could just really add everything to the staging area. And before you commit this, just make sure that you are not leaking this environment variables in this .env local file, which has already been added for us with the Next.js setup. Okay, so we're gonna go here and maybe just put a commit message. I'll just say project completed, and I'll just commit this. Okay, so now I'd like to get this, so to say 3 different commands, because we already have a repo where we just want to push our existing changes, right? I'll copy this and open up my terminal. Let's go here, maybe kill this app, or let's just have it open. It doesn't really matter. I'm gonna paste this. Okay, it looks like I couldn't copy it. Let's press this again. Then just go here, paste it. So this is gonna push our changes, hopefully. Okay, now it says committed. Let's go and refresh this page. We have all of our changes. This is the GitHub repo. The latest commit was just now, and we would like to deploy this now. For this, we're gonna go into the vercel.com. So click to the new project button and it's gonna take you to this page. This is the GitHub repo that I just have, Redis chat app. So let's say import, and it's gonna ask us to just deploy this immediately, but we would like to give our environment variables. Let's go into the VS Code, visit the .env local file, maybe copy everything here, and what we can do is just maybe, yeah, let's just get all of them. I was going to say let's delete the spaces, but it doesn't really matter. Just copy this entire file and paste it here. So it's gonna put all of them one by one. What we'd like to do, at first just deploy this, then later we're gonna change this localhost URLs, because this app will not be running on development, right? It will be live on the internet. So let's say deploy. And I think before we do this, it is best practice to always just run this on your terminal. So what you would be saying, maybe kill your development server and then just say npm run build. And this is just going to tell you if it's your build is going to fail or if it's going to succeed. Once you are ready from this, then you should actually deploy this application so that you don't really get errors on the console. But anyways, I think we already done this. Let's wait if it's going to fail or if it's going to succeed. Once this is done, I'll just be right back. So it looks like it was successfully completed. There we go. We got this page. Let's say continue to dashboard. And we should be able to visit this domain. Let's go and okay, so we got our application. It's up and running. But if we try to log in, it is not going to work. And I'll explain why. Let's say login, let's say continue with Google. Hopefully it shouldn't be working because we didn't set this up. Okay, so it took us to the localhost, but our application is not running on this localhost, right? We need to visit kind dashboard. So I'll just say sign in to my kind account. And then I will select my application. So this is what we had. Let's click to it. It's going to take a bit of time to load. There we go. We had our Next.js application. Let's say view details. First, we're going to update this part. So allowed callback URLs. We need to get the URL of our application, which is this one. Let's just get the homepage URL, right? The root. We're going to paste it and we're going to add this /API/auth/kind_callback. And we're going to add the root domain or URL under here as well. So this is the first thing that we need to do. Then let's say save, and we need to go under the Vercel dashboard, under the settings, under the environment variables. We need to update 3 different environment variables, which is going to be this one. It is localhost. We need to update this with the root of our application, which is a live application, right? So I'm going to delete this, paste this. So that was the first change. Let's say save. And the other one is going to be this one. Let's take this. So when users log out, this would be the URL that they would be redirected. And then we're going to finally, I think, update this one, which we have created the Auth callback page. So I'm gonna delete this localhost part and put the actual live domain. Let's say save. Okay, now that we have updated our environment variables, we need to redeploy this latest deploy. So go under the deployments tab and just say, please just redeploy this, and hopefully this should work out. Let's wait. Once this is done, I'll just be right back. Okay, so there we go. It is ready and let's visit. Hopefully this time it should be working. Let's refresh once again. Okay, I'll try to log in with my Google account. Hopefully it should take us into the application. There we go. This is the this is the user that I am just logged in. Let's go ahead and log in with this account as well. I will take the URL and open up this tab and paste it. and let's try to log in with this account, which is a different Google account. So hopefully this should take us to the home page. Okay, so now we can test out the messaging functionality. I'll just put them side by side. So here, let's select this chat, and from here, let's select this one. I will say, hey, how's it going? And let's send it. There we go. We just got the message with the notification sound. And I'll say, doing great. What about you? And it is working as expected. We can send emojis, and let's even try to send an image. Let me just drag and drop one from my machine. I'll go ahead and select this mind blown emoji or image. Let's say send, and there we go. It is being displayed in real time. We can go into the light mode, into the dark mode. We can change the preferences. We can update the state, collapse this. It is working, it's real time, and you have just completed this tutorial. And as the final words, I just want to say congratulations for being able to follow along this tutorial up until now. And I just want to thank to the Upstash team for supporting this content. Without their service, I think it wouldn't be possible to come up with this complete tutorial. With that, don't forget to like and subscribe to see more content like this, and I'll see you in the next one.